Hello. I'd like to call the meeting to order and thank you all for being here. I love it. There's a lot of people, I think we do. Reminder that if you want to speak during public comment, get one of the little papers in the back and fill it out and bring it up. We have so many tonight that per our policy, we're going down to 3 minutes instead of 5 minutes, or we'll be here until tomorrow. So if you have one that you want to speak, make sure it comes up here and gets to Michelle. Okay. We're going to start with Cascades leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Cascade Promise.
All stand.
When do I start? Right now. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now let's say the Cascades Pledge. At Cascades, we are leaders. You will see this in my kind words and peaceful demeanor. Safe, respectful, and responsible are qualities I will be, and I will think before I act and be understanding of others differ from me. Leading by example is what I promise to do, and by following this pledge, you can too.
Oh, I like that. Okay, at this point, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Ms. Jones. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's have Michelle do roll call first.
Ms. Hamilton?
Present.
Mrs. Brown? Here. Mr. Dobies? Here. Mrs. Mitchell?
Here.
Ms. Acton?
Here.
Ms. Hunt?
Here.
And Mrs. Fitzgerald?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's turn it over to Ms. Jones.
All right, good evening, everyone. To the members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Beal and Mrs. Oxley, the Superintendent's Cabinet, I am Crescenda Jones, Principal of Cascades Elementary, a leader in me school. This evening, I'm joined by my Assistant Principal, Amy Terriaco, and our Dean of Students, Brett Kiesel, and a group of our dedicated teachers, and I see some of our teachers out in the audience as well, and our talented students. We are thrilled to be here this evening to share some of the amazing work that is being done at Cascades Elementary. Tonight, you will hear presentations from our student council members, guided by their facilitator and fifth grade teacher, Mrs. Ann Gleed, on our Leader in Me 7 habits and our PBS traits, be safe, respectful, and responsible, and from our Playwork junior coaches. From our STEAM department being led by Mr. Page, they will showcase some of their projects that they have worked on the entire school year. And from our music department, our music students, guided by our Mrs. Good, will perform a song for you. We hope that you enjoy what we've provided for you or prepared for you this evening. And we want to thank the Board of Education for giving us this opportunity to showcase the wonderful work that is being done by Cascades Elementary students. Now I present to you Cascades students.
I like my silly body, I like my sniffy nose, I like my wiggly fingers, I like my tappy toes, I like my tummy when it's full, and I like the thoughts I think. I like my body very much, it takes good care of me. I like the heart inside my chest and the love it has to give. I make this planet better with each moment that I live. So I'll use my hands gently and use my words to be kind. 'Cause each day's a new adventure, who knows what we might find. 'Cause I love my silly body,
Hi, my name is Vishal,
And I'm Hendrix.
and today we're going to be talking about how Cascades Elementary is a leader in me school. We follow the 7 habits, which is habit 1, be proactive.
Habit 2, begin with the end in mind.
Habit 3, put first things first.
Habit 4, think win-win.
Habit 5, seek first to understand, then to be understood.
Habit 6, synergize.
Habit 7, sharpen the saw.
That's all the 7 habits. And now we have a song that was written in STEAM class. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm George Page. I teach the STEAM class at Cascades. One of the things that we were working on this year, we were doing sound energy, and we were working with the rubber band guitars. So we were using rubber bands and cardboard boxes, and we were designing different guitars for the students. They were so interested that they wanted to play their guitars and see if they could make up a song. So we mixed up the win-win, which is one of our Leader in Me traits, with the music and the song, and they wrote this song. The first group did it in about 15 minutes. So they created their own song together, and then all the classes did it that whole week. So I work with 400 students in 1 week, and all 400 students were able to do this song, and they're very proud of it. And we did recordings, and then we sent the recordings to all the teachers. So they loved it. So we want to present this to you this afternoon. We'll just put this mic up this way. So. So the great thing about STEAM, it stands for science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And the students can be very creative, use their imagination. I've seen them do some amazing things this year. And I would like these 3 students to come up and just give you a glimpse of what has gone on this year. Addie and Lauren and Mason, come on up.
Hi, I'm Addie, and I'm going to talk to you today about the STEAM program at Cascades Elementary School. STEAM is an acronym for Science, Technology, Engineering, Art, and Math. In STEAM, we do a lot of hands-on science experiments, including the Pumpkin Lab, the Tinfoil Boat Lab, plants and building solar eclipse models. During the Pumpkin Lab, we worked in small groups to measure the circumference and weigh the pumpkins. Then we opened them up and count all the seeds. We designed our own boats using tinfoil and test the buoyancy of 3rd models pennies. The most popular project in STEAM was a slime experiment. In STEAM, we work with Go Jackson study plants. We've planted various different vegetables in our classroom greenhouse and underground beds. We learned about the plant cycle, germination, put together compost.
Hi, my name is Lauren, and today I'm going to talk about the E in STEAM. In STEAM, we do a lot of engineering. We use the engineering design process, which is planning, building, and revising projects. Some of the engineering projects we worked on are toothpick towers, bridges, marble mazes, paper helicopters, toy spinners, bucket towers, and foam cup snowmen that we repurposed. Sometimes we have STEAM stations where we use the engineering materials to be creative and use our imagination to create something ourselves. Engineering materials we use include Legos, planks, straws, puzzle pieces, marble runs, Lincoln logs, geoboards, and magnet tiles.
Hi, my name is Mason, and in STEAM class, we often include art with our science and engineering projects. Some of our art projects include solar eclipse drawings with oil pastel, Earth Day dot paintings, snowman chalk art, abominable snowman fork paintings, pinecone hedgehog paintings, and leaf rubbings. In summary, the STEAM class at Cascades gives students a platform to use their creativity and imagination through science, technology, engineering, and math. Hope you've enjoyed this presentation today.
And I would just like to thank the board and Mr. Beal, Julie Baker, for all of your support. We have some amazing materials, engineering materials that we started right at the beginning of the school year. So thank you for your support.
Hi, my name is Amat, and I'll be talking about Playworks today. As Playworks junior coaches, we build and use our leadership skills to have a positive impact in our school. We do this through leading games at recess, teaching conflict resolution skills like rock, paper, scissors, and using positive language like good job, nice try. We applied and were chosen by our teachers, principal, and Playworks coaches because of our leadership, responsibility, and positive attitudes. Being a junior coach means being a role model and showing how recess can be safe, inclusive, and fun.
Our favorite part of being a junior coach is helping other kids at recess enjoy the time. In addition, we feel good about ourselves as a junior coach. One thing we have learned while being a junior coach is how games can reduce conflicts during recess.
Hi, my name is Lauren, and I'm going to talk about the 3 B's. The 3 B's is safe, respectful, and responsible. Safe means walk. Walk is one of our biggest rules while we are in the halls. We also use kafuti. That means keep your hands, feet, and other objects to yourself.
Hi, my name is Amari, and I'm going to talk about respect. Respect means to not talk back and never be disrespectful, and don't talk over respected or any adults.
A part of being responsible is getting your work in on time and getting to class every day and being on time to school. Hope you enjoyed the 3 B's we follow at our school.
This is Project Red. This is a yearly Jackson County Rural Education Day. The field trip exposes kids to food productions in Michigan and agricultural farming.
Our student council provided this field trip to every 3rd grader at Cascades Elementary. We all learned about cows, pigs, chickens, honey, Michigan-made products. Finally, at the end of the field, everybody was able to pet farm animals.
Yeah, we also we ran out of guitar picks here, so the STEAM class made guitar picks with recycled plastic. So they're refurbished, repurposing, and Ahmad's going to pass them. We'll pass them down to everybody. Thank you for a great evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cascades. Yeah, that's next. I love it when the kids come in and we hear about the different schools because they're all doing such wonderful things. They're all very different. So I really like to see that. Okay, at this point, I will entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Pam, I'd like to make an amendment to that.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I would, Madam President, I would like to make a motion.
We need a motion to approve the agenda first, and then we can amend it.
Okay.
During discussion.
All right, a motion to approve the agenda first, and then we'll ask after that point.
Support.
Thank you.
Amendment, I think.
Yeah, amendment at this point.
Yes.
Madam President, I would like to make a motion to pull discussion item 23-24-111, board meeting dates.
Just delete it? Delete it or move it?
Remove it.
Remove it.
Support. Second.
Support? All in favor?
Discussion. We haven't had
Oh, we have a
discussion.
discussion, you're right. Discussion?
I think you're supposed to have some discussion about what you want to pull it from, for.
I called for discussion. Is there any discussion?
I
Go
think,
ahead.
Shalonda, did you have you were supposed to have an opportunity to,
Did you have something that you wanted to say?
yeah, but no, just Robert's rules, I think, allows you to go first with
The person
explaining
who
why
makes
you
the
want to
motion
pull it.
goes first.
To the community and to everyone represented here tonight, back in December when I was appointed to City Council, I came to the board here today as school board and made a request to the board asking if there would be consideration made to change some of the dates that we had already agreed upon. 2 public hearings were held. And at our meeting in February, it was voted on and passed by a majority vote to change the days in March, our meeting date in March and in April. Those meetings have since occurred. And again, I want to emphasize that that meeting, it was voted and passed by a majority vote. As a board that operates under the guidance that clearly outlines everything that we do, our parliamentary procedures, is based on Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order is designed to ensure that business, our district business at this governance table, is conducted in a structured, respectful, inclusive, and efficient manner. During my tenure of being a part of this board and many others within our community, our decision-making has been based on a majority vote. Given the fact that we are convened as a quorum is the majority. For this board, that means 4 or more members. It is my recommendation that we pull this because it has already been voted on and thoroughly discussed, and the meetings have been held. It is being presented today as an agenda item because the idea of a unanimous vote is being suggested. There is very little that we do here at the board table that has resulted in a unanimous vote. So again, as we have continued our work, our board business, and moving the district's initiatives forward based on a majority vote, I am asking that we continue to conduct business under the operation of the Robert's Rules of Order, and also considering for future incidents that if anyone at this table is desiring to make a request to the board, that we then, at that time, have the discretion to discuss the item and again, make a decision based on the majority vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead, Leslie.
I was one that put this on the agenda, and the reason I put it on the agenda is because I didn't feel that it was fair to all the members of the board just to change the dates for one person when the other people, some of the other people on the board, maybe had already put it on their calendar all year for certain dates, and then because of this vote, it was changed. And so their whole schedule, they might not have been able to come to a board meeting because their schedule was already set. My perspective on this is to make the dates available at the beginning of the school year, and then, make sure that these dates stay the same. If they are to change, the reason I said a unanimous vote is because there might be even one person that this changes their whole agenda and they can't come to a board meeting. And if there's even only one person, then we should not change the dates. So I feel that the date should be established at the beginning of the year, and we should stick with those dates unless we have a discussion and a vote on if this would inconvenience anybody else.
Any more discussion?
Yes, more discussion. So, of course, I'm going to be supporting Libby's position on this because in January of this year, actually, we came and at the organizational meeting that we do in every January, we established the dates of the board meeting. We established all the dates of the board meeting being the third Tuesday of the month and agreed that we'd go to 6 o'clock versus 5 o'clock. At the time, Shalonda Hunt did request that we change the board dates for the entire year because she had accepted a position at City Council, which I opposed because, again, we set our meetings. We've had these meetings for the past 4 years on the third Tuesday of the month, and those dates have been acceptable and they work for us. Some of us travel for our jobs. Some of us just have lives, you know what I mean? And some of us are very intentional, myself being that person, about ensuring that the third Tuesday of the month is a date that I set aside for board meetings. So when Shalonda Hunt came in January and asked me to change the board meetings for her and her alone, I said no, because that does not work for my schedule. Now, you all don't know because you might not remember, we were on Zoom at the time when I was first elected in 2021. We started serving in 2021, got elected in 2020. Shalonda asked us to change the day of the board at that time. At that time, it worked for my schedule and everybody else's schedule on this board to change the date. And at that time, I said, yes, we can change the date because at that time it worked. At this time, it did not work. So this board chose to change 2 dates because Libby wisely pointed out that there were only 2 dates that the boards overlap, which would have been March and April. The City Council's board and JPS's boards are overlapping. So Libby said, well, why are you asking to change the entire year when only 2 dates are in question? So then they modified it, said we'll change it to just those 2 dates. And I still said no, because again, those dates did not work for my schedule. The complaint that I brought, or the issue that we both have, Libby and myself, with this issue, is that one person on this board should not be able to change the entire schedule for themselves alone, particularly and specifically when it inconveniences another board member. That's the issue. Now, mind you, you might have noticed in February of this year, I was not sitting at this table because I had another meeting. I did not ask the entire board to change their entire schedule because I had a meeting. You also didn't see me here in April sitting at the board meeting because I couldn't be here because that was one of the dates that I could not be here because they had changed it. So the issue that Libby is raising is that we unanimously vote on board date changes so that if we decide to change them, that everybody has agreed because, again, if we're going to set the dates and then change them for one person, and when it disadvantages another person, that's just not fair. So now we have the rule of the law, but we also should speak about the spirit of the law. As a board, we can't work collaboratively if we're choosing to make the board work for simply one person, again, when it disadvantages another. So that's the issue. So of course, on this issue, I would be voting that if we ever change the dates, once we've established them, if we ever change them, that we make that a unanimous vote so that, again, everybody's schedule can align and not simply one person's. Thank you.
Anyone else? Derek? Did you want to speak?
No.
Okay, I do. I know how difficult it is to get 7 people together, period. And I know the importance of setting a schedule early on. I do. But I also know that we're human beings and we have things that happen. Robert's Rules covers changing anything with a majority vote. To go in at this point and pick out one thing, like a meeting date on a specific month, opens the door to change the next thing from Roberts and the next thing from Roberts. And so I vehemently disagree that we have to wait for a majority vote when we have very definite parameters within which to work at this point. Okay, so at this point, I think we're all finished with our comments. You want to say something else?
Yeah, I would like to just add, I have here before me tonight our policy. So policy 0161 states that the parliamentary authority governing the Board of Education shall be Robert's Rule of Order. Newly revised in all cases in which it is not consistent with statute, administrative code, or these bylaws. Policy 0162 defines a quorum. 4 members present at a meeting shall constitute a quorum, and no business shall be conducted in the absence of a quorum. Again, that leads to a majority vote. 0164.1, it says the board shall hold a meeting at least once each month on a date and at a time and place determined annually by a resolution of the board. And I'll read a portion of 0165.1. It says our regular meetings within 10 days after the organizational meeting, the board shall cause to be posted at the board office and in other locations considered appropriate by the board, a notice listing the date, time, and place of each regularly scheduled meeting of the board. The notice shall contain the name and address of the district and its telephone number. And lastly, policy 0165.2, change of regular meetings. Within 3 days after the board adopts a resolution changing the date, time, or place of a regularly scheduled meeting, the meeting notice shall state the date, time, place of the rescheduled meeting, and as well as the name, address, and telephone number, etc. Again, not only did we hold 2 public meetings discussing this in great detail, a majority vote. Shalonda Hunt, Vice President, did not make a decision alone. I do not have the authority to do so. Thank you.
Okay, at this point.
There's more comment.
Oh, okay.
So I'll add to it. I don't know, you've noticed me first. Are we changing that now or what we doing? Oh, so you noticed him first. Okay. 2 times, so that's okay. But she spoke twice, but okay, you letting him speak now? Okay.
Go ahead, Keisha. Go ahead. I'll defer.
Thanks, appreciate that. So I'll add to that, this is my second time, so we're gonna make sure we put it all in there. I mentioned to you all already, and this is what I brought up the last time. One, we have the spirit of the which was written, the Robert's Rules that they want to keep talking about. If there's not something that I don't hear so often, constantly from our parents, teachers, and students, is these rules that we have established that are making life very difficult for us. So now, while Shalonda is correct that Robert's Rule says that if you get a majority vote, which is obviously more than half of the board agreeing to something, then that's the direction that the board goes, and that's the board conversation that you'll hear. This is what the board said. So she's correct in that. What we do find all the time, and we are about to address an equity policy as well. What we do find all the time, though, is that these policies, these rules that have been created, they make hardships for certain people. And we saw this even last month, or in March, when we were talking about our equity, our DEI officer, and some of the things that they've been doing in their office. And we discussed the fact that this district is a priority district, and that's not the exact terms for it, but we are basically under state control right now. Some of our school buildings are, because of how inequitable our data looks based on certain students.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
The issue with this is that,
Excuse me, Shalonda, we have a point of order.
Shalonda is down there.
I'm sorry.
4
Shalonda.
years, 4 years of this. Is Shalonda? Seriously? Anyways, though, the issue is that this is a very
This is a point of order
Point
that
of
is
order.
being.
Through the chair, I just asked if we could speak to the amendment to the agenda as to whether we want to, I guess, debate whether we will discuss how we will decide on how to agree on meetings. So, you still have the floor. I was just point of order.
Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that. I'm still learning Robert's rules, just so you all know. I'm studying it right now so I can better understand it. Thank you, Derek. I appreciate that. So back to what I was saying. This is what I mentioned to you all before, especially on my Facebook page. If you all aren't following, do Keisha Hamilton for JPS, my Facebook page. Anyways, though, the issue that I have with this is that Shalonda understood that this was a change that was that she needed in herself. She needed alone, and she also understood, as she just mentioned, there was a lot of conversation around it, that this would disadvantage myself, meaning that I could not come to 2 board meetings because of her. The March board meeting, I ended up bringing my entire meeting to the board, which we should not have had to do for one person. So again, my vote's going to be on this issue of whether or not we vote unanimously on board date changes. My vote would be that yes, we vote unanimously on board date changes, because again, just because you have a vacation or just because you have another meeting or just because you have something that you are dealing with personally, we should not have to vote and change the entire thing for you and you alone.
Point of order.
And actually, I'm done now, so I don't need to speak again.
Great. Just for my discussion, we are not debating the actual content of the discussion item. We're debating whether it shall be placed on the agenda. I'll also appreciate everyone here. I know we all have the same courtesy and flexibility to ask that meetings be changed. There's a process for that in Robert's rules to bring that stuff in front of us. Having said all that, and with the verbose nature that this has already been discussed, I'll move the previous question.
Okay, calling for a vote. All in favor? Do you want to do a roll call or just all in favor?
Can you clarify what we're voting on?
The amendment itself.
We're voting to close debate.
Yes.
To stop talking about this. It requires 2/3. It requires 5 of us to vote yes.
So we're not voting on whether or not we're putting it on the agenda, just voting to close debate?
Moving previous question is not debatable, so I would ask that we take a vote whether we stop talking about this and get to taking a vote on the question. So
On the actual, okay. Okay. Do you want to do roll call? Please. Roll call.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes, we can close debate.
Ms. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dobies?
yes.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Acton?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
And Mrs. Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Madam Chair, now we're on to the
The vote
amendment.
passes unanimously.
Whether we should amend the agenda.
Right, the agenda.
As-
Okay, at this point, the vote is on whether or not we should remove this item from the agenda. All in favor?
Aye. No.
We aren't there yet. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, thank you. It passes 5-2.
Now approval of the amended agenda.
We have another amendment.
The amended agenda, just to accept the amended agenda.
So now we have another amendment, though. We voted on that one. I would like to make a motion that we add a conversation about a request that a parent has to make a formal complaint to the board.
Any discussion?
Yes, I understand. I have the floor for that one. So we have a parent who has been engaging with the board or attempting to engage with the board through email. And she has requested to have a conversation with this board around concerns that she has. She has been told by the board president that she cannot have this conversation with with us rather. And I would like for us to decide that we can have a conversation with this parent who would like to have a conversation with the board regarding a formal complaint that she would like to make.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to say something?
I do not.
Okay, I wanted to say that the complaint's already been made, and that as has been the rule, policy, Robert's Rules, MASB, and Jackson Public, that the person who is being complained against is the person who can decide if they will have an open meeting where they sit right here and discuss, or if they have a closed meeting where it's just the board itself and the complainant and whoever else, that she's bringing. That's the way it's always been done. The complainant, the person that is complaining, does not get to decide if it's open or closed. The complaint, whoever it's against, that person says, yes, I'll go ahead
Point
and
of
have an
order.
open meeting. Excuse me?
Point of order.
Yeah.
So my request is not that she has an open or closed meeting, but that we give her the opportunity to have the meeting. We can tell her how once we decide yes or no, but my request is not that it's open or closed, but that it's just a meeting, that we decide to let her make a formal complaint to the board as she's requested.
At this point, let's call for the vote. Derek, did you want to say something else? No? Let's call for the vote on adding an agenda item about a one-parent complaint about another employee of the JPS. Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
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 Sorry.
Okay, yeah, 4-3, and it failed to have another agenda item added. Okay, now,
Pam,
We
what
will-
was the count of the vote?
pardon me?
What was the count?
4-3.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we're going to make we need another motion to accept the agenda as amended.
So move.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Is anybody opposed? Okay, 2 opposes. Okay, 5-2. Okay, motion has passed. Approval of the agenda. Now, at this point, it's the superintendent's report. So I'll turn the meeting over to our superintendent, Jeff Beal.
Thank you very much. Lots of discussion this month, but what I like to start with and just kind of kick this off, if I could invite Brant Russell, our food service director, to come, and he's going to share some information from Taher, our food service provider. Will you grab the mic? Brant, hang on for a second. Gotta be able to hear you.
I'd rather use that than sit. Just that way they can hear you. Yep. We had this planned in March, and then, as you know, we had a death in the department, so we decided to postpone it, and this is when we could come. So I brought Chef John here. He's been in the district yesterday and today, and I just wanted him to explain a little bit about what we have for you and what he's doing in the district this week.
Thanks, Brant. Again, John Sugimura. I'm one of the corporate chefs for Taher, for the food management company for the schools. Yesterday, we were at the middle school. Today, we were at the middle school, tomorrow, high school, and then at Lewis on Thursday. So we're doing the gyodon, the spicy beef bowl, really the #1 bowl for students and young people. It can be spicy. It's typically very spicy. We're making it not so spicy, but they can make it spicier. Yeah. And so we brought a sample. So what we're bringing to you is the exact meal that the kids are eating. We added to your meal that you have a sesame salad and some fruit so you can get all your nutrients. But you have the gyodon with rice. And what's interesting about Japanese food is you are getting full off of protein and vegetables rather than starch. So you're going to see a much more healthier portion of the beef and vegetables to it. There you go. That's how I'm oftentimes, welcomed at these meetings. But the truth is, for the parents, Japanese food exceeds any expectation on the USDA reimbursement program. So other cuisines, you might have to trim off some fat. A Japanese kitchen has no cheese, no dairy. So imagine taking that out of the recipes. It's typically low saturated fat, lower sodium, and all of that. So the starting point is really great. The reason why I'm here is because we're trying to expand the world of the students to include Japan. What we're trying to do is for me to bring you food, which has special meaning to me, but when we present it to 1,250 kids this week, it has a whole different meaning for the students. And Taher has learned through its Chef Council and its chef-driven program, when we bring food to students and they're all eating the same thing, not as many options, it's the one time that we take away the options, not as many options, but when all the students are eating the same food, the immediate consequence is community. And with that, they have their own meaning. And this all comes from a place for me as a second-generation chef and a third-generation Japanese American. So I had a grandmother that was put in internment camp, my father, aunts and uncles. She was a chef, she was a single parent. So what we're trying to do is bring as much of that information and talk about Japan, Japanese internment, World War II, present food with meaning, really. So we have all the food boxes for you to take. It will warm up nicely. You have my grandmother's dumplings or gyoza in there. There's 2 sauces I have to explain. The homemade sesame dressing for the salad, and then it has the garlic ginger soy, which you can use for the dumplings or the gyudon, medium, low spice, okay? And then you have some teas and some fruits, drinks as well. The whole point is to bring something. Yesterday might have been pizza for your children. Tomorrow might be burger, but today at Parkview was Japanese food, scratch cooking, lower in sodium, low allergen. We were able to present it as gluten-free, etc. How's that? Perfect.
Love that focus.
Angela and I were smelling mine, and it smells delicious. So it looks gorgeous.
I had
as
some
well.
of that beef today. It's very good.
Brant, very quickly, how often do we have the guest chefs come to Jackson?
We have at least once a quarter, if not more. We did just hire someone to take Chrissy's spot. And we have Tom, who basically took over her administrative role. And we just hired an executive chef who will take over a lot of my duties where I can't get to the kitchen maybe as often. So he'll be in the kitchens much more often, talking about production and recipes and why doesn't this recipe work and all those kinds of things. So we're excited about that. He's actually in Minnesota this week training. I did just want to come bring a few things real quick, just to know that we do go into the classroom, we do go into the cafeteria, not only with our chefs that we bring, but we have staff that go in and highlight different fruits and vegetables of the month. Here you just see an example of potato leek soup that we served. Then in November, we had a harvest with parsnips and rosemary. And then I don't remember what month it was, but we did Brussels sprouts. We do visit the high school and the middle school every month, and then we visit 2 elementaries each month, and they kind of rotate through on the harvest. The LTOs, we do those at the high school and the middle school, and basically it is a monotony breaker for kids. So it's not, the same old, I'm going to get pizza today, or get in the chef line and have macaroni and cheese or whatever it might be. So it's just something different that we kind of piqued the kids' interest with. Here you see, oh my goodness, it's an enchilada, and it's got a green sauce and a red sauce on it. And then we had Kung Pao chicken, which we've done several times because the kids really liked it. Then we've also branched out into a plant-based program where we offer at the high school, middle school, where we offer plant-based items as a limited time offering to get them involved in that look and just expand their horizons. I do have to say that the edamame noodle bowl and the sushi bowl were huge hits. I was very hesitant about the fettuccine with the tomato sauce with the I can't even remember what's in But that was really good too. And we had a lot of good comments about that. And we do take those, plant-based offerings not as an entree, but as a sample to the elementaries as well. And just my last point here were just some different chef visits that we had. Chef John came during the pandemic and went into different classrooms and taught people how to roll the gyoza dumplings, which you have in your meal right there. Kids really 13, yeah, I think. And how many dumplings did we roll while you were here? Like 3,000 or something like that. So it was quite a lot. And there is something you need to know about Chef John. It's not, no, it's very, everything. We did sushi today at the middle school with Chef John, and 7 1/4 inches and 110 grams. And so it's a big learning experience, and the staff really enjoyed it. Chef Chris came and did a Hawaiian taco, street taco there. The kids really enjoyed that as well. We do also try to get as much exposure for Jackson as we can. We have JTV come. They came and they did a food circus with Chris. And then M Life came last week. Fox 47 came last week with Chef Tony. Chef Brian came and he actually went in the classroom again and talked to the kids about the latest chef trip that they did in the Philippines. And he talked with them. They got to taste some banana ketchup, which is something that's a little different. And then he cooked a soup for them, a traditional soup. And then in the schools, we actually had a 3-cup chicken recipe that he did. And then lastly, besides Chef John here, we had Chef Tony come last week, and he did on Wednesday and Thursday, he did a Mongolian saute at both both the high school and the middle school. And then he came back for seniors last day on Friday and did omelets in the morning in the cafeteria for the seniors. So it's been a busy couple of weeks and months, but it's been very rewarding, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here. Have any questions for me?
Brant, thank you very much. For folks out there, I remember my high school lunch meals, the square pizzas that you sop the grease up off of and the French fries loaded with ranch. It's a fabulous program that we have here in Jackson Public Schools. I want to really thank Taher. I know that we'll be talking directly here in just a couple weeks about our Meet Up to Eat Up. There are thousands of meals that your department pushes out to students throughout Jackson in the coming weeks. And so we are very thankful again for all the work that you and Taher do for all of our students. Thank you very much.
I do have a question.
Absolutely.
I do have a question for you. I do have, hey. What's his name? Brant? Is it Brant? A question for you. I do have one. Do we know when you have your specialty days so that I don't know if you have a list of them or something like that you could provide for us so that we might be able to come and taste food when you bring it, when you have special? Okay. Maybe Jeff or you can get that to Jeff or something so we can get that? Okay, I'd like a list because I'd like to come and, enjoy with the students. Thanks. Okay. Perfect. I want to know when those chef tables are, so when those, so I can come. Thanks.
All right. And that concludes the superintendent's report for the month of May.
At this point, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda
Looking
as
for a
presented.
motion.
Support.
Okay. Derek, Keisha? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, at this point, we go on to citizens requesting to address the board. And I'm going to try to get through this so we're not all here until tomorrow morning by maybe putting 3 people at the same time, so this is, when he sits down, it's your turn. And when she sits down, it's, your turn. So, thank you. So that we maybe at least know who's coming next for a bit. And the time frame will be for 3 minutes. So we'll start with Pamela Lee, Patricia Roy, Fred Trexler.
And to clarify, they each get 3 minutes, just so you understand.
Yes.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's just one at a time. I'm make sure we clarify. She's just given the 3 names, so you all know who's coming up next. So,
Yeah. So the first
Ms.
person
Lee, you're
is
up
Ms.
first.
Lee.
And then, I apologize, Patricia Roy. Okay, and then Fred Trexler. All right.
Her mic is not on.
Okay. Yes, hi, my name is Pamela Lee, and I'd like to address school safety per policy 8400. It states that the students are supposed to be protected in school. Well, we had an incident where my nephew was hit by a teacher, and Principal Martin pushed it underneath the rug because she said she didn't have enough staff to take over this teacher's position. I'm concerned about the situation because my nephew was very upset. And when he called his mother, the teacher hung up on him. 1. 2, I'm upset because at the end of the day, my nephew told me, Auntie, nobody apologized to me. This teacher has admitted to her wrongdoing, but was allowed to stay in that room with my nephew, who was scared, upset because he doesn't get disciplined like that. We don't put hands on our children. So he was very upset, very scared. And when he tried to call his mother, he was told he should not have done that. And that was per Ms. Martin. Now, I understand the teacher has been dismissed after we had to make complaints because I called Ms. Keisha Hamilton. I'm being honest, I called Keisha Hamilton, asked her which direction should I go in, and she directed us into the proper channels that we need to go. But until then, that teacher was allowed to stay. And she told my niece that the investigation was over. And not only that, when she told my niece the investigation was over, my niece asked, she told her then, well, I'm calling the police because this is an assault. She made my niece leave the school. To me, this is not showing safety in the schools for my nephew or even for her, because as a parent, I would want to know that my child is safe at school. This is not safe. It was not handled properly. I grant Mr. Beal did handle it the next day once he found out, but this was 3 days later. 3 days later. My nephew was supposed to be in this classroom with this woman for 3 days. Negative. He was scared and would not go to school. And no one addressed it until I spoke to her. There's a problem there. And now I found out this not only my niece has had this problem, several people have had this problem, but they didn't come forward. That's unacceptable. And I don't think that Mrs. Martin has gotten any repercussions from the whole thing when she should have. Because you allowed this teacher to stay there and keep my nephew in her classroom and was going to keep her in the classroom because you didn't have enough teachers to teach your class. That's unacceptable. That's all I have to say. I'm done.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Patricia Roy.
Good evening. I do feel like we do have a bigger problem. I've seen you guys argue over dates. I feel like we have a bigger issue here if we can't have adults even agree on dates. I am the mother of Javion Lee. My son was assaulted May 3rd.
You don't have to leave. Excuse me? You don't have to leave. He can wait.
Javion Lee is my son, and I do want to ask the school board who protects our children. I'm a mother. I work at Allegiance Hospital. I work 12 hours a day. To get a call from your child stating that a teacher assaulted him, who protects our children when we're not in that building? Sherry Weger was Sherry Rieger is the teacher's name. She was allowed to stay in that building with my child. They told me my child was able to go to the school, but she was not kicked out of the building. My son was traumatized. I reached out and I thank Keisha Hamilton. She apologized to my son. I thank Julie Baker, who I went in and spoke to in person, who apologized to my son. No one else reached out to my son to give him an apology. Who is accountable for this? Sandra Martin dropped the ball on my son, and I want answers. I want a problem solved. I don't know who fights for our children, but this mom will. Northeast is not safe for our children. And I am letting you know that I am going further with this. I just want the board to have my back in this situation. If it was your child, what would you do? What would you do in this situation? No one called the police. I did. I'm pressing charges, not only on Sherry Rieger, but Northeast Elementary. They failed my son. My son was assaulted.
And she admitted.
That's it.
Fred Trexler.
I'm addressing Board Policy 124, the equity policy. One of the goals is to ensure equitable outcomes. I assume that you mean that you want to close the gap between the Black and Hispanic achievement on average and average white achievement. Of course, as everyone knows, each student has been given different gifts by God, and not everyone can be an A student, just like not everyone can be a winning athlete. But you are trying to close the gap by hiring a chief diversity officer or something similar and applying DEI doctrines. How has that worked out? How do you define, quote, equitable outcomes, unquote? How do you know if you are achieving equitable outcomes? Where is the evidence? In a report by Dr. Jay Green, Madison Marino, and Catherine Bednard, published October 4th, 2023, on the growth and effects of diversity, equity, and inclusion staff in public schools, the chief finding was that having a chief diversity officer was associated with much greater learning loss during the pandemic by Black and Hispanic students. Not only did Black and Hispanic students experience significantly larger declines in math achievement in districts that had chief diversity officers, but those declining on average exceeded the rate of decline from white students in the same districts. The chief diversity officers utterly failed to arrest the decline and actually contributed to minority student learning loss during the pandemic and exacerbated the magnitude of the racial achievement gaps. The report gave evidence that chief diversity officers primarily served to articulate and enforce ideological orthodoxies opposed by majorities of parents, rather than to assist with student learning or closing minority achievement gaps. The research included 555 school districts with enrollments of at least 15,000 students. If you focus on systemic racism and lowering the standards for minority students in order to produce equal outcomes, you will undermine the motivation of minority
Mr.
students
Trexler, I'm sorry, your time is up.
and staff who serve them. I ask you to vote against Board Policy 124. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have two, and you can just come up one at a time. Nate Edwards and then Vanessa Mulnix.
Good evening. So I'm also here to speak on the equity policy. First thing I'd like you to know is I'm not from this district, but I am concerned for your students. So I'm here speaking tonight. And for the parents, or maybe people that haven't looked into this, understand that when you hear diversity, equity, and inclusion, the equity that we speak of is not aimed at equality of opportunity for your children, but equality of outcome, which is essentially a Marxist ideal. It's never worked, and it creates this victimhood mentality. And I don't know about you, I have 3 daughters. I don't want them growing up believing they're victims. Equality initiatives make for pleasant press releases for school board members and superintendents. They temporarily placate a tiny but insatiable band of activists who demand them. But they bring neuroticism, anger, ignorance, suspicion, and dysfunction for everyone in the end. Also, they don't work. Fred already talked about that. Some more examples. This has been going on a long time. 1986, a Seattle task force recommended a goal for the elimination of disproportionality in academic achievement and discipline by the end of the 1989 and 90 school year. In 2013, the school board aspired to close the opportunity gap by 2018, but the gap was only getting worse. In 2016, Black students were the equivalent of 3.5 grades behind white students, meaning the average Black 8th grader might perform as well as the average white 5th grader. By 2017, it had widened to 3.7 grades. The states with the smallest Black and white achievement gap when it comes to high school graduation rate, as measured during the 2016-17 school year, are West Virginia, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Maine, Wyoming, Alabama, North Carolina, and Georgia. Chris Stewart, a Black liberal former Minneapolis school board member and CEO of education think tank Brightbeam, crunched the numbers, reluctantly found one solid correlation. The more progressive the city, the worse the achievement gap. They tried to explain it away by controlling for population size, percentage of white students, spending, income equality, and poverty rate, but they couldn't. The 2020 report, The Secret Shame, admitted the average gap between the percentage of Blacks and white proficient in math is 41 in progressive cities and 26 in conservative ones. Evidence on DEI programs' effectiveness is not missing. The research demonstrates failure. Teachers, parents, and students don't need these efforts reinforced. They should opt for something different, say lessons on the shared American values of equality under the law, freedom, and opportunity. Policies like this one, the one being proposed here, demonstrate that those who write them and support them are either ignorant to the facts or are willing to sacrifice the education of and future of innocent children at the altar of their own political ideology. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. I appreciate you. Vanessa, could I get your address? It wasn't on the sheet. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa.
Good evening. My comments regard proposed policy 124 on equity. Some impressions from reading the policy, words put together, but no definitions or context for how those words are applied. Similar language is used in current board policies related to anti-discrimination, bias, philosophy, and involvement of stakeholder parents, students, and teachers, which begs the question, why have an additional policy for things already addressed in the current policy? And to be clear, I support non-discrimination and non-biased treatment. Is the board implying that current teachers and administrators have been discriminating, have been biased, aren't listening to students and parents? If you are, then certainly there is a process to address that currently. If not, then this policy is a solution in search of a problem. So what would the impact of this policy be on teachers and administrators' performance? How does a teacher teach when they are concerned about every word that comes out of their mouth and how it may deviate from their policy? Are their jobs at risk? The policy reads like a social agenda, not a solution to the challenging education of JPS students. My evidence for this is the district's own proficiency scores available on the website, which show ELA third grade at 26.5% of proficiency, ELA fifth grade at 27.8% proficiency, math third grade at 28.9% proficiency, math fifth grade at a shocking 14.8% proficiency. This is a proficiency rate, not the failure rate. I mean, I have to review these 2 and 3 times. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding it and missing something. So if I am, I welcome correction. I realize these poor scores reflect many factors unrelated to the efforts of the hardest working teachers and administrators. A recent study referenced by Dr. Trexler found that those school districts with a chief diversity officer performed worse than those without. Based on that, this policy is unlikely to improve student education at JPS. That leads me to believe that the significant human and financial capital expended to define, operationalize, implement, and maintain this solution in search of a problem will remove that same human and financial capital from the only mission that JPS identifies, which is to provide a quality education. Approving and implementing this policy will not lead to a significant overall improvement in the education of students, certainly not in a time frame that is beneficial for the current students at JPS, which again means failing at the only mission you identify. Approving and implementing this policy risks further division based on its application and losing qualified teaching and paraprofessional staff during a time of teacher shortage. Ultimately, parents will choose the best avenue to educate their children, whether that be homeschooling, cooperative schooling, private schooling, or schools of choice. Please do not pursue this policy that puts student education at risk of further deterioration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brenda Humphrey, and then Cheryl Vito.
Good evening. I'm in a disagreement also with this DEI. This agenda that we're trying to pass on to us to make it look like it's a good thing for your students. It is not. Why aren't you focusing more on getting the students' math and reading scores up to their grade level and beyond? Isn't that more important? Another big concern of mine is you're pushing this gender nonsense onto our kids. Is this to be pushed onto our grade school kids? This is very disturbing and wrong. Their little minds cannot understand all this craziness. Could you understand it when you were their age? I bet not. So stick to the reading, writing, and arithmetic to prepare these kids for their future and to stop trying to make a name for yourselves at the expense of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And after Cheryl, we have Nancy Thorpe.
So, hi, I'm here to also speak about the JPS's proposed DEI policies, and policies, that have the best intentions can also lead to a great deal of harm when the power is placed in the hands of a few that are then universally imposed on the whole. So according to a Harvard Business Review, unconscious bias type training such as DEI rarely changes actual behaviors and has little impact on a person's internal biases. The most popular interventions run the risk of backlash and strong adverse reactions that sustain or even worsen the inequity that practitioners attempt to eliminate. So it's stated that the district will review practices, procedures, and programs along with incorporating the voices of students, family, and communities to assure future DEI processes are unbiased. The term district needs to be further defined. Who will make up the district, and will it include people who are both for and also those who have legitimate concerns about the use and harms that DEI can cause? Or will it consist of people that are basically cherry-picked to include only those who support the JPS DEI agenda? In other words, how inclusive will JPS truly be? JPS also suggests that districts, whoever that might be, shall differentiate resources and recruit and hire personnel that reflects the student's demographic, but people should be hired to help our students achieve success based on their qualifications only, and race of any type should not play into the hiring equation. JPS may very easily find itself embroiled in future lawsuits if laws that protect against racial discrimination are broken or discarded. So we are also told that the district is to be in charge of determining the DEI content and enforcing participation throughout JPS. Once again, you know, who is that in reality? Who will be in charge? What content will be forced? Will the forced DEI programs contain? If not adhered to, what will be the consequences? Will educational staff have to be in fear of losing their jobs if they should genuinely believe differently or disagree? Will it become you either believe as we put forth or else? And then the last thing I want to say is the entire JPS public school system and beyond will be impacted by the hands of a few. This could easily spin out of control, especially where big money and job titles are involved.
Cheryl, your time is up. And
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Nancy Thorpe. Followed by Jeannie Brown.
My name is Nancy Thorpe. I currently have a grandson in Jackson Public Schools. However, next year he will attend elsewhere. I'm here to speak regarding the proposed board policy number 124, the equity policy, as it has been put forth by Trustee Derek Dobies and Vice President Shalonda Hunt. What problem does Trustee Dobies and VP Hunt claim exists? By submitting this policy, are they stating teachers at JPS and JPS personnel are biased, racist, and non-inclusive? Are they saying throughout the years the staff has been unable to teach the diverse population at JPS? What are these barriers preventing students' access and opportunities and resources? Are Trustee Dobies and VP Hunt accusing teachers and staff of creating barriers and intentionally blocking students from achieving academic goals? What are the specific, measurable goals in this policy? I find no specific goals, nor can I find any way of measuring these goals. What is the time frame within these goals, within which these goals will be achieved? There seems to be no time frame. It just never ends. What transparency and accountability measures have been put in place? Transparency and accountability also seem non-existent. How will it be determined this problem is solved? The solution put forth by Trustee Dobies and Vice President Hunt is DEI, DEI, and more DEI. So a DEI director has been hired. The DEI director has authority to audit, train teaching staff and personnel. This one person has been given the power to implement changes in staff, in procedures, and even curricula. This is a lot of power. Taxpayers should be absolutely livid. Parents should be extremely concerned. Taxpayer dollars for a DEI director who is given carte blanche to make changes in staff and personnel, how teachers teach, and what students learn. Untold taxpayer dollars doled out for trainings, altering pedagogy, revision of curricula, and the entire education system at JPS. Under the umbrella of DEI, this policy and the director of DEI have limitless authority. In closing, this policy has no practical parameters, it has no specific goals, no way to measure the elusive goals, and yet it allows unlimited power in the name of DEI. This policy needs to be scrapped.
Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, I'm speaking about the quality policy. There seems to be a huge mental health crisis with our kids in the 2020 in 2020. Suicide was the second leading cause of death for ages 10 to 14 years old. I believe it's because of all this division in the school system, this perceived notion that we need DEI to stop us from all being biased is a joke. It does the opposite of what it stands for. When is Jackson Public School going to tackle the real problem? 10% of students are proficient in reading. 31% of students are proficient in math. This DEI program, just a distraction from the failing school system. I wonder how much money is going into the DEI program that has already been proven it don't work. But JPS, not knowing math and can't predict future outcomes from past, wants to fund this program. First question, who is the district referring to who is on the panel? Who is going to be asking young fives and elementary children about gender identity and sexual orientation? The only people I know who ask about that to kids 10 years old and younger are groomers, also known as pedophiles, or MAPS, minor attracted persons. Why would schools want to ask these kinds of questions? Isn't it against the law to ask people applying for jobs questions about sexuality? But it's okay to subjugate children. What if a teacher decides to call CPS on a parent that keeps dressing their child as a gender-appropriate clothes instead of the child's pronouns clothes? They are mandated reporters. Are you going to have to set a set pronoun list? Who decides that? If not, kids can have America First or only citizens vote as their pronouns. If you do put a limit on the set pronouns, that's not being very inclusive. All this language and terms are very vague and can discriminate toward the teachers also. Teachers better bow down to these kids or your job will be on the chopping block. The school board makes the rules, and it doesn't matter how impossible they are. You have the hard job of carrying them out. I can see why Keisha wanted this policy 9 pages long. She knows how to say a lot of words, but none of them ever make any statement.
Time is up. Thank you. Jennifer Bittinger and John Kane. Jennifer, I need an address, if you would, please, on this. Thank you.
So tonight, I am compelled to speak for many parents and grandparents in our community who ask you to reject the proposed Board Policy 124 Equity Policy. As I read through it just recently, it contains so much questionable and controversial verbiage that I could not possibly address each item in it in my comment tonight. So I will mainly focus on the first item. It states, the district shall review practices, procedures, and programs to assure that they are unbiased and non-discriminatory. I think we can all agree on this goal, and I believe we have existing policies already in place to affirm this. Then it goes on to say, the district shall use all available data, not truth or facts, just data from some source, but in any case, it will use all available data disaggregated by race, ethnicity, language, ability, gender, and so on, to inform all district decision making. I don't know about you, but when I read through this, it was very obvious that one aspect of the standard legal discrimination policies was absent, the discrimination based on religion. Why is that? It's listed in all discrimination policies. I don't believe that that was an inadvertent omission. Does the JPS district want to exclude data from teachers, students, parents based on religion? Do they want to exclude data from them? I know some do, but in fact, more of your community members are concerned about the small minority of those behind this agenda to exclude anyone with moral, spiritual convictions and to persecute those who don't go along with their agenda. This is not equitable. It is not diversity or inclusion. What hypocrisy. This proposed policy needs to be immediately rejected. If you and Kelly Crum are set on establishing an equity policy, an ad hoc committee needs to be established, which includes individuals that do not support the socialistic agenda, propaganda of DEI and critical race theory, and will support the community of faith-based groups and ideology that God created us all equal and we want to obey him. Please stop wasting our taxpayer money on the new curriculum and programs that promote this division. Reread the comments from parents and citizens from last year's ESSER funds report. Parents want funds to be used for teachers and their support and extra tutoring for their children to raise their academic achievements. They do not want to be labeled and put into subgroups and treated accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. John Kane, and then Shaqua Selby. Shaqua.
Good evening. My name is John Kane. I've lived in Jackson County for 21 years, and I'm here because I care about our county and especially its students. As a lawyer and a teacher, I value critical thinking very highly. The first steps in this process are properly identifying the problem and defining one's terms. Because if you don't have a clear understanding of the problem, you can't generate an effective solution to it. And if you focus on the wrong problem, you'll fail to solve the right one. Moreover, trying to solve the wrong problem will waste time, money, and resources that you won't then have available to solve the actual problem when you do accurately identify it. So I think it's important to ask what evidence supports the theory underlying this equity proposal, which I take to be that the system is somehow inequitable. There are several components to this inquiry. First and foremost, the proposal uses the term equity 6 times in its 8 bullet points, but it doesn't define the term. I can tell you with confidence that it means different things to different people. I could go around this room and probably get you half a dozen to a dozen different meanings of the term. We have to agree on what it means before we can say we're going to try and achieve it. Without a clear and correct definition of this key term, there is no way one can accurately assess the validity of the proposal. That is simply a given. So that is the first issue I'd like to see resolved. Second, the policy asserts a need to prioritize the use of resources to establish this so-called equity, which presumably is lacking at present. Now, I've interacted with many of the faculty, staff, students, and administrators here, and I haven't seen anything I could fairly call inequity. In fact, I see the opposite. I see a lot of dedicated people who are fair and compassionate and are doing an exceptional job under difficult circumstances. So if you have any actual evidence of this alleged racism, inequity, whatever you want to call it in our school system, I think you should share it with us once we properly define the term. Moreover, even if we assume, oh boy, I better speed up here, sorry. I'm going to cut down here. There are other serious problems with the proposal, including the fact that it gives, as was mentioned, certain individuals the power to determine what is unbiased or non-discriminatory or culturally biased without any assurance whatsoever that this unnamed person isn't himself or herself biased in various dangerous and damaging ways. I don't see any accountability mechanism for this person, and I think that is a very dangerous thing. As it is, I'm afraid we currently have no adequate idea what or where the alleged problem is, or what you're actually proposing to do about it once it is properly identified. It seems like you're basically asking whether to sign a blank check to buy something we probably don't need or want. I think cultural awareness and mutual respect obviously are important, have their place here, but it's not what most of the actual DEI agenda is about. From the evidence I've seen, we have cultural awareness and mutual respect among our teachers, students, and staff. I think we can build on that to the extent necessary, and that should be
John, I'm
adequate.
sorry, that's the end of your time.
Appreciate your time and your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. Shakwe.
I don't think I put my address there.
Shakwe, and then John King.
Okay. I'm sorry to continue on this. I'm addressing the equity policy as well. And first of all, I'm not even going to call it a policy because I'm not sure what it is. What is it? Is it a resolution, a policy, proposed bill? I don't know what it is. Everyone has already said. My second thing is, what are the definitions? Like the gentleman who just left up, this stuff means different things to different people. And so if the administration is going to be, assigned with carrying it out, if there's room for interpretation, you're destined for failure immediately. Where are the guidelines for implementation? Where are the measurable elements? There are none. Where is like that accountability piece? And what I just said is proven by all these comments. When you leave it up to interpretation, we've had all different types of interpretation of what this means. Like, what is the difference from this and an anti-discrimination policy? I just don't know what it is. And so it needs to be further. It's like equity is too big to be in one page. This is like a one sheet, like ChatGPT wrote it or something. It's just not, nobody understands. The pushback is because it's not clear. It needs, then what are the consequences for it not being in there? I just don't know what it is. And it needs to be further defined. It cannot be pushed through in this space. If I, as a parent, have questions on what it is, imagine what the people who have to carry it out is going to feel. So thank you.
Thank you, Shakwe.
I'm John King, 203 3rd Street, a few blocks away. First, I wanted to mention that it was unfortunate that the governor was invited a couple months ago to JPS schools. She's anything but a friend of JPS schools. If you go by her lockdowns, including trying to get schools to be closed for a really long time, even though the data that the spring of 2020 showed that students were not at risk to COVID at the time, but yet, probably more for political reasons, she wanted schools closed, and it greatly hurt the students. Her nursing home policy, in which she probably sentenced to death a lot of maybe grandparents or great-grandparents of JPS students, was really bad. She wants to make Michigan the abortion capital of the Midwest, which, she doesn't get. There's an issue with Michigan's population not going up yet. She can't understand her abortion policy. That doesn't exactly help JPS schools or Michigan's population. So that was unfortunate, a lot of politics there, which gets me to Derek Dobie's DEI politics. I say Derek's instead of Shalonda Hunt's, because in the one letter he was saying I in multiple places, or me. He didn't say we. So I guess it was like Derek Dobie's the white boy from Brighton who comes to Jackson and keeps telling us how racist we are in Jackson and everything like that. It's the constant thing from him. And so there were a lot of issues other people mentioned, like he wants quotas, which are illegal, and like especially in the Michigan State Constitution. So there's so many problems like that. He wants Black students to be taught that in the game of life, they're born with 2 strikes against them, and the umpire is a Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, we got to get away from that politics. I know this is a presidential politic year, but so that's where Derek Dobies is coming from. It was really unfortunate. Kelly Crum mentions like JPS students were 58% diverse, meaning 58% non-white. That diversity is good, or white students are bad. There's just so much wrong with this, and so I'm strongly against this politics of racism and hate and all that. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
John, you got to write John C. King, because I saw you come up to John King, and I was like, thought.
It sounded, I thought, didn't sound like me, but just in case, so.
William Hastings, then Jan Tornga.
I'm also here tonight to comment on the disastrous and illegal DEI policy being discussed tonight. The fact that this Frankenstein monster was even allowed to proceed out of the policy committee with the superintendent's blessing is truly shocking to me. So let's get down to the brass tacks of this policy. I'm sure you've all seen the bumper sticker before that says no farmers, no food. Apparently this board is very determined to learn the hardest way of all, that the corollary of this, which is no teachers, no schools. Make no mistake, this policy is a direct frontal assault on the integrity and good name of the teachers and staff of JPS. How does this policy degrade and diminish them? Well, let us count the ways. So Mr. Dobies began his initial screed, and then now this has evolved into a second policy, but by stating that he's addressing implicit bias at JPS. So since we all know that brick buildings and libraries and PCs and electronics really can't be racist, he is talking about the teachers of JPS. If there are any disparities in outcomes, the only reason is the teachers are closet bigots who neglect the children in their care and whom must now be made to wear a giant scarlet R for racism. Derek Dobies and Shalonda Hunt, neither of whom have ever had to manage a classroom with 25 kids for a single hour, let alone a single day, have determined that the only possible reason to explain the poor academic outcomes of some kids in this building, half of whom skip a month or more of classes every school year, is that your teachers are apparently closeted bigots who must be re-educated in the name of a false god called DEI. Is the term re-education hyperbole? Oh, it most certainly is not. In addition to requiring forced participation in highly politicized DEI training, this would also require that teachers need special professional development to, quote, integrate culturally responsive practices. In other words, if you're a teacher at JPS, we're really not very impressed anymore that you have a degree or several degrees, a teacher certificate, decades of experience in the classroom, and so on. That's all going in the trash. You need to be retrained and remade from the ground up. Finally, this policy calls for open discrimination and racial quotas in hiring by demanding that the school only hire culturally and racially diverse personnel that reflect, quote, the student demographics of the school. Well, under Title VII of the U.S. Civil Rights Act, it is illegal to consider any single candidate's or employee's race, even with the intention of creating a more diverse workforce in any employment decision. This goes double for Michigan's civil rights law. So if you push this through, and I'm just stunned that our superintendent, who wears a second hat as being an HR guy, how you let this ball roll between your legs. This is nakedly illegal. If this passes, you will have created a hostile work environment on day one. Good luck recruiting new teachers with this and keeping the old ones. It's a disgrace.
Thank you, William. Jan Tornga.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the board policy 124 equity policy, which needs to be scrapped. We the people would like you to explain the need to recruit, hire, develop, and retain high-quality personnel that reflect student demographics at all organizational levels. By doing what you propose, is this illegal in the U.S. and the state civil rights laws? Does JPS not already have quality teachers? If not, why haven't they already been fired? Hasn't the basic principles for decades that teachers teach reading, math, writing, history, and geography? Just asking. Also, God created a male and a female. Quit feeding the children lies.
Thank you, Jan. Nicholas Thurston, and then Ella. Help me out. Okay, Ella E. There we go.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Thurston. I live here in Jackson, Michigan, here in the 5th Ward. This is my neighborhood. This is the school I went to. I went to Jackson Public Schools my whole life. And I want to address the discussion items, Section 8, the district equity policy as well. This is the clearly discriminatory policy that encourages practices that have been banned at the state of Michigan constitutional level since 2006. And that is what the school board should look to when deciding anything regarding the personnel of JPS. Because it could go one way or the other way. One day maybe it is fashionable to look like me, and then maybe the next day it is no longer fashionable to look like me. And someone else with whatever supreme authority could just determine that I am no longer good enough because of what I look like, and that I should be removed from my position, my career that I was trained in and worked hard for. You know, it goes without saying, but I'm going to go ahead and read off a couple of these things, and I'll try to be as fast as possible. So Proposal 6, Proposal 2, 2006, State of Michigan. The state constitutional said it would ban public institutions from using any sort of affirmative action style programming to give preferential treatment to groups or individuals based on their race, gender, color, ethnicity, or national origin for public employment, education, or contracting purposes. Public institutions affected by the proposal include state government, local governments, public colleges and universities, community colleges, and school districts. That means this organization. It also prohibits public institutions from discriminating against any group or individual due to their gender, ethnicity, race, color, or national origin. And this was passed with an overwhelming support. Recently, in 2023, we also saw that affirmative action was banned again at the U.S. Supreme Court level because the results it was producing was the opposite of what people had set out to do. Tragically, it resulted in more discrimination, more racism, more systemic racism, and overall worse outcomes. Segregated neighborhoods, failing schools, racially hostile workplaces, and just a generally toxic environment. It negatively impacted race relations. And the most tragic outcome of affirmative action style policies and race-based policies was people like Keisha Hamilton, who absolutely hate all of the white people on the entire planet Earth for absolutely no reason. We're talking about her customers here at JPS that she is described as evil because of the color of their skin. Thank you for your time.
Ella? There we go. And Destiny Higgins after that.
Thank you. And that's Hefzibah.
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 Cool. You know, it really is very phonetic. I obviously wasn't paying attention as an English teacher.
Yeah. Thank you. First, I want to say that this, it's admirable how you sit here so poised. This is extremely stressful. For a minute, I thought we weren't at a school board meeting. I thought we were just kind of here to just hear ourselves talk. But I'm actually here about a student. So I'm here advocating for my grandson, Kyron Cleveland. He is a student, was a student, thank God, of Northeast Elementary. Kyron was diagnosed with autism, epilepsy, oppositional defiance disorder, and what am I missing? An intermittent explosive disorder. He started school, and we're talking about a 5-year-old. He's 6 today, actually. So he started school this year, extremely excited to be in class, wanting to learn, and it quickly turned into every day he was measuring whether or not he was good or bad. So it started with my daughter doing exactly what she needs to do, and I'm going to give her an opportunity to give you all of the details. But she started seeking out help for him and began to petition the school for help. It was suggested that he receive an IEP. The IEP was requested in November, initiated in February, and wasn't completed until May. I stepped in to help. She's young, she's a single mother. And I found that Sandra Martin to be an absolute joke. She pretended as if she actually cared. Instead, it was building a case so that my grandson, who is obviously disabled, could be expelled. Again, he was 5 and was accused of assaulting a teacher, instead was assaulted himself. When Sandra was approached, her demeanor was very cold and dismissive. Instead, she claimed that she too was assaulted by this disabled 5-year-old that does have behavioral issues, which I could imagine would be frustrating. However, if they were skilled and trained to manage such a thing, would be just another student, just one with special needs. What I ask for today is that each teacher be equipped with skills to manage children, especially children with special needs. I also asked that the IEP process be evaluated. It should never have taken that long. And I don't have policies to quote, but I do know it was supposed to be 30 days. And it took that long. And it was strategic. Oh, I'm sorry. But that's okay, because she's got the rest of it.
Okay. Now we have Destiny Higgins and then Gina Hastings.
Hi.
Hi.
My son is Kyron Cleveland, the one she was just speaking of. My son was diagnosed with autism, ADHD, intermittent explosive disorder in September of 2023. I approached the school and requested, how do I even request an IEP? I had no idea how to even do it. His teacher set up an assist meeting that went nowhere. And then in November, I decided to write a letter. I typed out a letter, I printed it off, and I hand delivered it to the office of the school. I heard nothing, I reached out, they told me it was never received. So then I emailed it, and that was when in February, the IEP process was initiated. They asked me to extend it in April, but at that point, it was already past the 30-day mark. Then in May, his IEP was finally finalized, but it was after he was expelled from school from behavioral issues that I have begged and pleaded for their help with. I've attended multiple meetings, had multiple conversations with Ms. Martin and his teacher. My child was having very severe behavioral issues. Like she said, my child went from loving school to hating it. And he's 5. He was 5 years old, kindergarten. My son was assaulted by his teacher, and I was told that because of his prior bad acts, he would not be believed. And he was kicked out of school. How was I supposed to tell my 5-year-old that he could not go back to school? It was devastating and it was heartbreaking. My son was suspended over 12 times, 5 years old. Called every single day. I was advised to put him on Ritalin, which I did not want. All I wanted was for them to hear me. My son was labeled the bad little black boy. All I wanted was for my son to have a fighting chance and to have a proper education. He deserves that. He's smart. At the top of his class at 5 years old, he was doing the testing and was testing at the top of his class. Academics was not the problem. Nobody wanted to help him. And Ella Sharp is now where he is attending. They were able to take him in, and it is night and day. They treat my son with respect. They treat me with respect, and they're very patient with him. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and your story. Okay, Gina Hastings, then William Wagner.
I'm also going to talk about the equity policy, and I have several questions and comments. Some of them have already been addressed, but there are lots of words in this document that are not defined, and as we know, words can have very different meanings depending on who is using them. This policy needs to have full vetting and all of the language defined before voting should take place. Many of these buzzwords sound great, but the devil is in the details and in the interpretations. One phrase that stood out to me is equitable outcomes. Looking at one definition I found online, this could mean the same outcomes for each student. Is this what you mean? Why would every student have the same outcome, even if we could do that? Why would we want that? Why do we want kids to be identical? Diversity is supposed to be a good thing, right? So let's flesh it out. Equity of outcomes. Go to your dictionary, outcome. It means the final result, the end product. So in education, I think we're talking about grades, right? Are we? We don't know. Grades, test scores, equitable outcomes. So everyone gets the same grade. Maybe we don't even have grades anymore. If I had two children who both received the exact same grade or outcome, no matter what they did, I would be guilty of cheating them both. Now, once kids learn that the game is rigged, trust level goes to zero. Also, in education, the student and the family of the student have much more responsibility, if not more responsibility, than the teachers. Why do we not talk about that? Why is everything foisted on the schools and the teachers? In requiring that outcomes be equitable, you are teaching students that effort is meaningless. Do we really want to teach this? I think that many of you think that these words sound nice, so they are good. Being in education, you are going to have to delve into the definitions of these words and think about real outcomes. Outcomes like unfair treatment, outcomes like destroyed student and teacher morale, outcomes like adding to the teacher shortage. No one can force outcomes. Equity is not equality. This policy is wrong for JPS.
Thank you, Gina.
Good evening, Board. My name is Will Wagner, and I live here in Jackson. I'm just a broken vessel that the good Lord uses from time to time. I'm a lawyer and a teacher, served as a federal judge, served as senior assistant United States attorney. I've spent most of my life practicing constitutional law and fighting for civil rights. This policy needs to get in front of a lawyer that's not a politician, because whatever good intentions are behind it, there are numerous constitutional problems. And when I say constitutional problems, I mean constitutional problems that will result in constitutional causes of action being brought against this school. And likely, after everything I've heard today, likely being brought against you individually, because you'd be acting outside the scope of your authority and wouldn't have your the normal immunity that you have as a public officer. So please, whatever good intention is behind this, get it in front of a good lawyer and ask them, you know, how does the due process clause of the Michigan Constitution and the U.S. Constitution relate to all the questions of vagueness that you've heard people talk about here on both sides of the issue? because, you know, the very basis of due process, and again, I've been fighting for civil rights my whole life, the very basis of due process is giving notice to those whom you are now using your power to make a policy over. So there are numerous additional issues, you know, depending on the way this is implemented. Will it interfere with the free exercise of religious conscience? You heard some religious people here earlier. Will it interfere with the freedom of expression? And will it interfere with what the Supreme Court has called the fundamental right of a parent to control and direct the upbringing of their child with regard to educational choices and medical choices? You've heard some compelling testimony on both sides of this issue. I'm just here to suggest wherever you stand on this issue, it's important that you get it right as a matter of law in the policy. So before you do anything with it, get it in front of a good lawyer who doesn't have a political agenda on either side and tell them what you're doing. Because I'm a citizen of this county. I'm part of this school district. And so there's a cost, you know, to all of us. And I guess I'll take 2 seconds and address maybe the substance of it, maybe 1 second. You know, we're all made in the image of God, and, you know, every person is therefore deserving to be treated with dignity and respect. And if you want to do that, get it in front of a good lawyer. That's all I'm saying. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I personally really appreciate all the input, both sides, just to get an idea of what the problems are seen to be from both areas, support and not sure about support. So I appreciate you guys coming out and putting yourself and your opinions out there. Okay, at this point, we are going into discussion items. Jeremy, world language curriculum.
Thank you, everyone. We are bringing up the World Language Department from Jackson Public Schools Middle School at Parkside and Jackson High School. This year, they have been working on a curriculum adoption that we're going to present to you this evening. So I'm Jeremy Patterson, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Curriculum.
My name is Mitchell Ernst. I was a German student teacher here, but have taken the position to be the German teacher at Jackson High School next year.
My name is Haley Kosifas. Yes, yay. My name is Haley Kosifas, and I'm a Spanish teacher at middle school at Parkside.
My name is Esther Woba. I teach here at Jackson High School, and this year also they asked me to teach at Parkside.
I'm Wendy Adams. I'm the one who's leaving. So Mitchell could come in. I stayed 32 years and been teaching German.
My mentor, I'm Jamie Woodring. I teach German at the middle school at Parkside.
Okay, so this is part of our dream team and World Language Department, and you see the other names listed here. Marina Falk was going to join us via Zoom, but we thought it'd be a little wonky today. So we have been working with multiple representatives from Wayside, and they want you to know they will make themselves available if needed, but we thought we had it since they couldn't be here in person today. So if we can continue on to our, let's see, this is Wendy.
Yeah. Do we just use this one? Okay. So the current textbooks, we basically don't use them. This one is from 2003 for German, and this one is from 2009 for Spanish. Both of them have ancillary materials that we can't even use with our current technology. We don't have CD drives in our computers anymore, so we can't use the CDs, the audio. We can't use the VHS tapes. We can't use the overhead slide transparencies because we don't have overhead projectors anymore. So we are looking for something more current and more relevant for our students. And as I was looking, I happened across Wayside Publishing. I've known them for a while because they have been doing some readers, but they just came out with a brand new German textbook. And the title is actually Intercultural. And so I was very excited when I saw the title because I thought that would really help with our students and our issues that we have as trying to bring the culture of a very multi-ethnic group that we have here. And then when I was looking, I also saw they have pretty close to brand new books for French and Spanish. And that was an opportunity for us in order to have all three languages to have the same textbook so we could kind of align our curriculum and work together. So that was something that I was looking for. One of the things that we have that is an issue for us is we are very lucky that Jackson Public Schools supports our initiatives that we have to have our 2 years of language, which is required by the state of Michigan, also at the middle school at Parkside. But that is difficult to have teachers teaching the same course that are not in the same building. And by having some materials that are in common, it would really help to streamline that process for us. And as one of our teachers that has been here now for 3 years, Esther Owoba is going to speak to the fact because she works at both the middle school at Parkside and at Jackson High.
So I'm going to start by telling you my own story when I started teaching here. I remember at that time we used the same old books that Mrs. Adams, shows you, and also what I could find online, to put together, and it was a little bit limited. But with what we have, the new textbooks that we have this year, and we have started using them in the classroom already, and our students, they love it, they like it. So whenever I teach and I ask them, how do you like our new materials? They will say, we love it. So it is really good for us, and we like it we like them as teachers. And we have also, it includes like videos and audios that we can use, and the student can see how other students from other countries they speak, and then share with what they have, especially things related to food and identities and the school systems in general. So it is really great for us. And also this year I started teaching at Parkside, and we have a high school credit, right? So we can see that the alignment will be great for us to have them, and also to assist more, our students, they need it anyway. Yeah, so that is what I wanted to say. And also when we have like a new teacher who come with all the slides that we're putting together, it will be easier for us to share it with them as well.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's very helpful. The book has very clear performance guidelines. The I can statements are already there. It's very well scaffolded. We have students that have IEPs and 504s, and with the digital program, we can diversify what they are doing. They're doing the same activity, but nobody else knows they're doing a little different version of it that may be simplified slightly for them and for their ability levels. So it's been very helpful for us to pilot this program, and we've all been very pleased with how students have received it.
So I was just going to share some of the highlights from our piloting process. We did the pilot for a couple weeks in all of the language classes, year 1 and some year 2. And overwhelmingly, the students said that they enjoyed the materials and would like to use it in future classes. Specifically, they referenced how interactive the online component was, how useful it was for them to be able to speak about their own activities with sentence starters, Its versatility really was repeated several times, and it was relatable. So we were able to use authentic texts that are provided with the textbook, as well as infographics, so that they can see pictures along with words and not just one-to-one. Like, this is a picture of a shoe because this is the word for shoe, but it's like, what kind of shoes are most popular? And so they have a more interactive experience with the languages in that way. This kind of says sort of the same thing. And then we also asked parents for their feedback, to talk to their students about what their experience was like in the class using these materials. And the families like the engaging, authentic activities and the colors of the online component as well, that they can access from home. Of all of our teachers that used it, I think things that really stood out to us were, in the past, especially for German, I feel like we spend a lot of time trying to find things that are appropriate for the levels of our students and diverse, because Germany isn't just blonde hair and blue eyes like people still think of World War II. And it takes a lot of time, like hours, trying to find something that I can bring to my middle schoolers that would be appropriate for them and make sense and be interesting. And it's right there in the textbook, already online. The first informational thing about identity is a boy who's got a patchwork family. His mom's from Kenya, his dad's German. And so they get to see people that speak German that look like them, which is something that was not true for the previous book that we had. Similarly, actually part of the piloting process, maybe it was a little bit left over, happened to be a day that we were doing some of the DEI rounding at Parkside. And so Ms. Crum was there and Dr. Johnson, and they commented on how wonderful it was to be able to hear native speakers using the language. And we got to see some of the video blogs that were provided by the textbook company as well. And so, I mean, it was just the adaptability and the multiculturalism that's seen in all of the languages with this textbook is really amazing.
Thank you. So I wanted to speak a little bit about the alignment that exists, or that this textbook offers for us. So as Esther and Wendy have already mentioned a little bit, so there are high school credit classes that happen at the 7th and 8th grade level at middle school at Parkside. So that being said, it's very important for us to be able to have everything connected and to be on the same page about what is it that we're going to teach, to make sure that when our students are entering high school, they're feeling prepared to be able to use that language and to feel confident in it. So for myself, I'm a first year teacher, so this is my first district that I've worked at. I especially appreciate a resource like this because I know how overwhelming it was at the beginning to be like, use this resource and this resource and this resource. So it's really nice to see this and to see how it directly aligns at the high school level too. I'm teaching Intro Spanish and Spanish 1A this year. Spanish 1A is a high school credit class. So it's offered me a lot of learning experiences, and I really loved piloting this with my students because it offered that structure. And I know that my students really appreciated that structure too. And I think that that's just about everything that we need to say with alignment. So overall, really good stuff.
Thank you. I just wanted to share again that this has been pretty much a year-long process. Our teachers annually review their data at the end of every year, if they were here last year, and look to what improvements can be made. And so, like we said, when we looked at the resource, it wasn't just good for one department, but all secondary programs and all world languages. So that just gives you an outline of how long they've been going through this process of vetting what they are making a proposal to do moving forward. Wayside has been a great representative to work with. We spoke with them on the phone. We've done Zoom meetings. They will continue to provide support. So we're making a proposal for 3 year. And their support will be there 100%. So that's something I'm always making sure is they don't just sell us something and take off and leave. And so we'll have multiple trainings as far as the onboarding. Once the teachers get into the school year, they'll receive further training. Next year, if somebody retires, and we have the same system of support set up. And in addition, they're always just a phone call away, and they've proven that every time we picked up the phone to speak with them. So we're looking at a 3-year subscription, which gives us a discounted rate. And there's the overall cost that got mumble jumbled up a little bit, but it's quite the bargain, we think. And this covers middle school, high school, multiple subjects. And you'll see the different prices for the middle school and the high school because they have much more students enrolled in world languages at the secondary level. So that's the reason why you might see a difference in price from middle school to high school, is because the number of sections and the number of students.
So the grand total is hidden right now, but it is around $58,000, somewhere in there. Sorry.
And I think you have access to the quote. I think it's in the board packet. And next steps, we're bringing this for discussion this evening, that you will consider what our teachers are looking for to help their instruction, from veteran teachers to first-year teachers here in multiple content areas. We've received feedback from our students and families as well, and we look forward to any questions that you might have for myself or our teaching staff.
Yes.
Keisha.
Yes. So 3 things I want to say. One, I appreciate the thorough review that you all did, and brought this to us. I appreciate the different areas that you all assessed in the curriculum, down to, ensuring that diverse peoples who actually speak the language were also represented. I really appreciate that. And then the last thing, I appreciate seeing input from our students, our parents, and then, I'm always, each time I've asked for folks to come and give us a review of the curriculums that we're purchasing, I'm always grateful for our teachers coming, because I recognize you all as the professionals and the experts in this area. And if you all like it, if you all approve of it, then my vote's always going to be a yes. So thank you for this thorough review. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for just including all the voices. I really appreciate that.
Further discussion, comments? Angela.
Yeah, I appreciated the presentation. I was just wondering about the timeline for receiving it, that I feel like it's great that we should just vote on it tonight so they get it sooner than later, because it's going to be summer very soon.
Yeah, I think this is one that we can order, and if I'm correct, from the textbook vendor, we would be able to order this with our June meeting and have it prior to the start of school year. So the important part is obviously that we get these materials into the hands of our staff so that they can familiarize themselves and get into the online resources to plan out their beginning lessons. And I believe, tell me if I'm wrong, that timeline is something that would be available if we purchase this in June.
Yes. So as long as we have the board support, we're looking at using resources from next year. So this will not come out of ESSER, but this will come out of general funds. So I think Marcus was working on some budget items for the 24-25 budgetary year, but we could still move forward with an approval and just know that it's coming. And then we can work with Wayside and they can be prepared to in advance. So we're not just making a decision later once we get into the next fiscal year.
I like it very much the way we did the other curriculum requests, in that we had the presentation, and since there was nothing we were going to learn between this meeting and next month's meeting, nothing that we asked questions about that were unanswered, the cost is still up in the air. We know exactly what it's going to be. Is there any reason that we will learn more or have a better handle on it if we wait until next month?
There's no new information from us, correct? Okay.
Okay, so all we're doing is the 30 days to,
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve of the 3-year world language curriculum subscription for German, French, and Spanish at Parkside and J High at a cost of $61,968.05 paid through for our general fund for the 24-25 fiscal year.
Support.
Support. Any discussion? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Okay, it passes unanimously.
All right,
got
thank you
your
very much for
stuff.
your
I'm so
support.
excited
Nice
about
job, teachers. We have other world language teachers out there that can be recognized that weren't a part.
You
I
know, my
saw
kids all
Raquel
went through
come in
Sharp
and
Park and then Jackson High's German.
fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, good job, guys. District equity policy, Jeff?
Thanks for passing it to me.
Not a problem, you're in the hot seat.
I am in the hot seat, and the reality for our district equity policy is this is and has always been a draft. We certainly didn't bring this with any intention of saying, hey, we want to pass this particular policy, but we did bring this as a conversation because it was shared with our policy committee, and that's not something that we would simply do in that policy committee location. But there are, as was mentioned earlier today, missing definitions, and there are pieces that would need to be reviewed. And we have not subjected our policy to a lawyer review yet, and that's where all of our policies ultimately go through when we send them through Neola. But I'm only sharing kind of the status of it. I was asked to put it in the policy group and to bring it here, and mostly so that we could get the conversation moving, because if we don't talk about it, we really can't do anything about it. So to that end, it's probably appropriate for the folks who sit on our policy committee, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Marilyn Acton, excuse me, and Ms. Hunt, if you guys want to kind of share a status of where you're at and understand that, again, there's no action tonight. We're really just using this for discussion purposes. It's directional at this point. And I'm not sure if anybody wants to tee us off here.
From the policy committee, or?
Yeah, I kind of invited from policy start since you guys had a first blush at it. And then
Brought it, you know.
I was just going to make a motion to place this onto the June board meeting under action items so that we can have a date to like discuss it, add to it, run it through legal counsel, get the feedback from the committee, and have something to work on then.
My concern at this point is this is an extremely important step, and I don't want to end up jumping out of a plane and realizing afterward the parachutes didn't open. I want to make sure when we go into this that we are absolutely prepared for every possible outcome. We have all of our ducks in a row. We have our means of tracking success. What do we call success? It really hit me when I was listening to all the people talk about the vagueness. Right now, we're in discussion. And we're in discussion. Nobody seconded that motion?
we haven't actually. So
No.
if you call for us, is there a
I
second?
will. Thank you. I thought for sure that.
Will you call for a second?
You second?
I'll support.
Thank you. Now we're discussing. Okay, I would love to have lots and lots and lots of information, so we do this one time and we do it really right. Any discussions?
Yes, some more discussion
Keisha.
on that. Just from the policy committee perspective, many of the concerns the community brought forward around the incompleteness of this draft, it is a draft, as they mentioned, were raised in that meeting. Those were definitely my concerns, the ambiguity of the policy and just the need to do all the things. So I brought all those things up as well in the policy committee. So, I'm definitely hearing you all. I appreciate, even hearing my own words, which you all didn't know you were saying, being repeated back to me. I look forward to, seeing how we develop this further. but we understood that it was incomplete when they brought it to the policy committee.
I had a lot of questions about this also. The ambiguity of the words, and that really it seemed discriminatory to me. Also, they just, why would you just include certain things and not everything? So we had a lot of discussion around this. My concern also was when the Supreme Court did strike down affirmative action, this could open us up to lawsuits. And so my concern also is we needed to run it by legal counsel. So, yeah, and then I just think it's opening up a Pandora's box. What's gender identity? What's gender expression? What's mobility? What's ability? These are words that people don't know. And there's so many interpretations. And so what's that going to look like? You know, are we going to have to address our dress code? I mean, just so many things that it opens up. So we had a lot of talk around this with the policy committee. And so we're just still working on it also. So thank you.
I'll speak. I was a part of the policy committee as well, and I'd like to just preface my comments with emphasizing the fact that this draft equity policy is not about black and white. It's not about she or he. It's not about they versus them, me versus you, us versus anyone. It's a starting point. It's a conversation. We have completed an audit, an equity audit for our district, and we have results from that equity audit. Additionally, we have provided professional development training to our administrative staff, to our contracted individuals, and beyond. I appreciated this as a discussion item. We have to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. What do we do with the equity audit? What do we do with those outcomes, with those results, with those suggestions that have been recommended for our district? How do we put something in place or begin the dialogue to better understand what our district needs? We identify that there's gaps. There are definitely achievement gaps. How do we close those gaps? So no, we're not executing anything tonight. It is a conversation. I appreciate this room was full tonight. Please come back. We want to hear from you. We heard a lot of opposition tonight. We heard individuals that are in support of it. I received emails. I received phone calls about this proposed equity policy. How do we provide a space that helps guide our initiatives? We did hire a DEI director. Many of you think that that's counterproductive. What do you as a community want to see our DEI director do for our district? How do we continue to move our initiatives forward? We're not looking to isolate or penalize one group over another. Overall, our district's goal is to ensure that students achieve their highest potential and that JPS provides quality education. I am a public servant, and all of us sitting here have been elected. And I'm going to just echo what Pam said. This is a very serious topic. For many, it's sensitive. There's fear that comes with equity policy. Individuals have interpreted as being critical race theory. That is not what our equity policy is. Other fears, well, if we put this in place, then what? What if the individuals that are currently present at this board table are no longer sitting here? Well, how do we ensure that what was implemented now will not provide latitude for others. Others that would implement something that the district doesn't find appropriate and accommodating to meet the uniqueness of each of our students. There's no secret to the current status of our district. We understand that our proficiency scores, reading, math, socially, emotionally, all of those things are an issue for our district. And that is what we need to be focused on. In addition to that, a lot of these issues are deeply rooted in access. Some of our students are not fortunate to have access that maybe another parent's student has had access to. So again, how do we bridge this gap? We want to hear from students. We want to hear from teachers. We want to hear from the community. It's important that the conversation continues to take place. I do support definitions being included in the equity policy. In the committee, we did say, and I agree, that this is a draft. It is incomplete. What do you want to see? How do we define equity? We're not bringing something forward and abusing our authority as decision makers. We want to hear from you. We want you to amplify your voices. We want to hear those diverse perspectives. My hope is that our director, Kelly Crum, will take in the feedback from our students, from our teachers, from our administrators, our building principals, everyone represented here today, our cabinet. This is not an individual equity policy or a collaboration between Derek Dobies and Shalonda Hunt. Trustee Hamilton has made many different comments. What are we doing with the audit? This provides something tangible, a framework of taking into consideration a better understanding of what our district needs. I invite all voices in. I want to hear from you. If there's something that I can't see in my peripheral vision and you can enlighten me, I want to hear your voices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Discussion? Oh, Derek, go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Madam President. As Vice President Hunt said, this is a draft. I appreciate the work that the policy committee has already done and the expertise that Trustee Hamilton can provide. I anticipate that there's going to be amendments and changes. In fact, what was provided at tonight's meeting was different and looks like it's been, some of the different points have been moved around and consolidated from what was originally presented to the superintendent and the president. And frankly, I can appreciate a lot of those changes and can see them and can see, how they are better, more concise, more illustrative than what was originally provided. To answer some of the questions about what the district means, I mean, the district is Jackson Public Schools. That is our school district. I think we can spend some time talking about what equity means, defining it. But frankly, to me, educational equity means that each child is receiving what they need to develop to their full academic and social potential. I'm sure we can talk about that, draft something along those lines, but for years, and since before even my time serving on this board, the leaders on this board have talked about this work, have frankly worked to advance and enact tangible positive changes in this space. And frankly, that's why the district last year, like October, hired Kelly as the Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Curriculum. I think that that demonstrates the board's long-held commitment to promoting the ideals of diversity, equity, and inclusion for all students, for staff, for the families that we serve, providing that training. I've talked to, and I know others on this board have, Trustee Hamilton talks about it frequently, of being able to get out and interact and engage in our schools, to do site visits and talk about the importance of this work and hear feedback from the teachers, from the administrators. And I think that there is a tremendous amount of value in that. I've had positive reviews of the work that Mrs. Crum has been doing. And I believe it's important for the board to create a policy that guides that work and envisions our future efforts to build a more equitable and inclusive educational institution through policymaking and through actual board policy, which is what this would be, not a resolution. It's policy similar to the other policies that we have. I think we can ensure that what we want out of our administrative and staff efforts are clear and transparent in terms of communicating our expectations. I'll be clear, and we can talk with our counsel about it, but there is nothing illegal or unconstitutional about this work or such policies. They're growing more and more common in Michigan school systems in particular as they work to advance this work. It's nothing new. Districts across our state, from Plymouth Canton to Grand Rapids, a number of different districts have similar policies. And I believe we should craft a policy that works for Jackson Public Schools. And I think that having a policy can strike the right balance between communicating our values while empowering the staff to implement them and providing a way that we can build accountability in the system as we support an inclusive educational environment.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to put this on the June. Oh, I'm sorry, Keisha, I didn't see your light on.
So I just wanted to mention that in the policy committee, we also floated the idea that more voices from the board table, and including the admin team and of course the DEI officer and potentially the DEI audit guy, I forgot, I think Dr. Johnson, I think is his name. But anyway, so creating a committee where we could all have some conversation around this. It was very helpful tonight to see and hear so many folks speaking about the need to include voices, which like I mentioned on the policy committee, a lot of the things that you all mentioned tonight, we had already mentioned, so it was really nice to hear that coming back. But and I recognize that there's a motion on the table for, we'll have to repeat that because I forget what it is. But anyways, though, the idea around us including more of our voices and not just the policy committee, which I don't know if that means a committee of the whole or an ad hoc committee, I don't know what that is, and I'm not making a motion for that at this moment, but that is something else that I think that we should consider doing, so that we all have voices. I know some of us who are not on the policy committee would like to weigh in more directly to what will be created as we move along. So just so you know, that also, that idea was out there as well.
Okay, if discussion is concluded on that aspect, the original motion was that we put this policy on for action in June. Is that correct? Or further discussion?
Yes, Madam President, and I'm not opposed to soliciting more feedback from some of our contracted work from Ms. Crum through the superintendent and incorporating that in terms of what we see at the June meeting.
Can I
Okay,
ask a
so
question
do you
about
want
that? I just want to better understand so are you saying the policy as presented, we're to vote on in June? Help me understand.
So if it arrives as an action item, it would be on for us to take action, for us to amend, to have discussion on, and at that time to take whatever action the board would see, if it's to table it to July, to do whatever.
So that's a yes? The policy as presented, you want to put it on the June meeting for a vote? Is that what we're voting on right now?
For us to have further deliberation, yeah.
So wouldn't that happen automatically anyways? I mean, since we have it as a discussion item now, and we usually put it as an action item in the next month, isn't that what normally happens? I'm just trying to understand.
I guess.
That's what we normally do, I think. So what, is there something different that you're asking then? That, I mean, with this?
No.
So you just want to hear yourself speak?
That's what normally happens if there is if we're close to coming to an end result. But I think that all the feedback we got from the community, even one another, let me know anyway, that we're not that close. I hate to have it for action. I'd love to have it for further discussion, a special meeting to do it, whatever. But if we could have it in June, and then part of the options would be to postpone the final vote until July or August. But I'm just concerned that we get the right motion going on here, so we don't come in thinking we're going to vote on that in June.
So just to weigh in on this, and what I heard was a motion to bring this back in June. I'll make sure I'm clear, because there's a lot of work, in my opinion, and I think part of the policy committee's opinion, that would need to be done on this particular policy. The board would either have to act on the motion, the motion and the second that's out there, and but I candidly, there's not time, I'm gonna be blunt, between today and our June meeting to be able to do the work that's going to be needed on this. We would short shift the efforts that would need to go in order to be able to bring anything forward. That's my recommendation, is to not say that we should act on this, or that I would be able to, even the school district would be able to bring the people together and be able to articulate this before the June meeting. And I'm not saying that we throw the baby out with the bath and we don't do something. I'm simply sharing the superintendent's perspective on where we're at. I don't believe I would have the ability to be able to produce that committee work or the timing work, not with the budget season that we're into, the technology that we're into, the end of the year administrivia that dominates this time of year. So I'm not throwing it out. I'm just potentially saying that I don't know that I could do that by June, and wouldn't want to do it poorly.
So there is overwhelming negative support of this tonight. We heard the people speak. So this cannot be, this is a discussion item. This thing needs to be revamped. It's very discriminatory. There's no way we could vote next month. It's got to be discussion.
That could be a possibility if you wanted to vote on bringing it back for further discussion. Does the policy committee meet between now and then? No. See, so there's nothing that's going to actually formally. I also want to make sure that we have our DEI director heading this effort, not as a participant, but as an overall director, if you will. Because I think that's going to be a huge thing when we have someone whose job it is to know all and do all and the research and find out what other districts have done that worked and didn't work. And that's kind of a long drawn out process.
Can the lawyer even review it in that short a length of time?
So
I'm not sure I'd want him to review it. It wouldn't be.
Point of order. We're just trying to decide whether or not we're putting this on next month's agenda as a vote. And I think I pointed out that we always, go from discussion to 1 month to action item the next month. I don't know if there's an amendment that you can make to what you suggested, that, maybe we just put this later, but I was definitely going to be making a motion after this vote that we put together that committee and then, spend the time necessary working out the details, which could be upwards of 6 months. Like, it could be some time to take care of this. So I don't know,
Derek, we do this anyway, so what we got to do to rescind that? What we need to do?
I'll withdraw my motion, and if it pleases Angela. And I'll add it as a discussion item for June instead, if
I think that's a good idea.
makes people feel more comfortable.
Kelly, how do you feel about that time frame?
Well, I think we're going to need a motion before, I think where we're at, Ms. Hamilton was spot on, correct, that this is not work we can do in 30
No.
days. And so the reality is this is probably something that we wouldn't want to meet with our constituents once. We would want to meet with them multiple times, and we would want to have multiple layers of review from lawyers and the different folks participating in the process. So I've shared my contention, and the challenge for me would be impossible to do this in
Right, I agree.
the next
100%.
30 days. So
Would it work to just move this to a further discussion for next month?
So, yeah, I think,
That's what I.
That's what you were going
moved.
for? Okay.
support. I'll support that, the motion that is made by trustee Doby. So we move this to a discussion item for the month of June. And during that process, during that time frame, that we will have the opportunity to consult with our DEI director and get some feedback on the projected timeline in which we can, if we are going to form a committee, an ad hoc group or whatever, but come prepared to our June meeting with some of the expectations to provide to our community about what the anticipated time should look like realistically.
I'd also like to hear from MASB because every district, is in the same situation we are. But I think that we will get out of our situation by just making sure everybody understands exactly what the words mean and what the end result is expected to be and how we're going to measure that end result. But I'd love to have MASB input to see what other districts have done, and they're great about saying, oh, don't do that, it did not work. Or they're great about saying that was the best thing we chose to do. So I would love to reach out to that group.
So just to be clear, and I think I've got some pretty good direction from the board, and I believe this is work that we could be prepared. So why don't I propose that for discussion purposes, we will, Ms. Crum will bring a calendar of events, if you will, or a calendar of how we might interact and involve the constituents and a timeline for this policy. And that's not a hard set in stone, but she'll bring it to the board to be able to evaluate and weigh input on and kind of have a look at, are we doing our due diligence as a district to be able to have this conversation? So I think we could put together a timeline to be able to at least continue the discussion. And that we could do for the board to weigh in on next month. I think that's perfectly good.
So just to speak to that part, I do think that we might put the cart before the horse a little bit with a timeline. If Kelly, our DEI director, if she were in doing this all alone, then I think it would be appropriate for her to bring us a timeline. Since we are, one, it's a board policy, which, granted, she cannot be left out of that conversation. She has to be central to it, considering her role and the expected expertise in that role. But it is a board policy that board members, as well as these different other groups and individuals need to be engaged in. I think having her bring a timeline is putting the cart before the horse. And that I feel like that should be created with the committee. I think she'd have a better idea of what that could look like with a committee, since she has to kind of work with a committee. So, I don't know when it's appropriate, but I feel like we need to have and I don't know if we have to have a motion or if we just decide that, hey, look, yes, we're going to go ahead and create an ad hoc committee. And maybe, her coming back in June, maybe her coming back in June is just, here's some potential dates that the committee can meet, you know, would be, and so that then we could start having conversations around what that looks like. I'd hate to, you know, put something on her plate again, because she's not the only one. She's not the only decider. So I think maybe, again, maybe she can come back, and I don't know what we need to do right now, because I feel like tonight we should be just saying, let's create a committee, and then, you know, in June, you know, we can say, okay, these are some of the dates that we're coming up with, or some of the things, you know, something like that versus dates. I
don't think the
that's-
timeline is appropriate for the very next meeting, but I think we need to work toward having, so otherwise we're just going to float and not get things done. And, you know,
But that would be, the working towards it, I think, would be creating the committee, or at least saying, hey, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to create a committee that will discuss this and, you know, and then take all the steps necessary to bring it to fruition. So
Anything
is that a
else?
motion? Do I just need to make a motion?
Anything else on
Is that,
this
that's not a
issue?
motion, Jeff? What is that?
I don't think so. We just put on for continued discussion on
there's-
the agenda. You think?
No, I think we need a committee. So how do we create that?
Oh.
Ms. Hamilton, if you
Kelly
want to
said.
make a motion to create the committee, I will have Director Crum work on that particular, again, and everything that's going to come is still going to be a draft. It's not set in stone, but we will bring materials for the board to consider at the June meeting. And I think that's very reasonable for us to be able to.
And the purpose of the committee is so that more than just, because, you know, we can only have 3 of us on the committee at, you know, these smaller committees. The purpose of this committee would be so that more of the board voices, et cetera, can be included in the conversation. So I do make a motion that we create I don't know if it's called an ad hoc or whichever, but we create a separate committee, a separate equity committee to discuss and create and et cetera, the equity policy that will be created.
And Ms. Hamilton, just so I'm clear, and because I want to make sure everybody, this is not just a JPS committee, this is a community committee,
Yes.
is that correct?
Definitely yes. That we can include some of them in there
I'll
as well.
make sure that I'm hearing the direction correctly.
And I'd still like to see not just our board people involved, but that Kelly takes the lead on direction.
Definitely.
I don't want one more thing on your plate, but the direction, just kind of push us in the way you think the next step should be.
Libby did second that motion.
Oh,
Madam
okay.
President, I have a motion on that.
Yes.
Oh, we got to do yours first.
Oh, I thought you rescinded yours. No. What was your last?
I withdrew my motion to put it on to the June meeting for a action item and made a motion that was seconded to put it on as a discussion item.
Oh, okay.
for June.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
At
Then I get
which
that.
I think when we come back in June, after consulting with Superintendent Beal, Director Crum, maybe at that point, we'll have some further advice and guidance on whether to form a committee, who should be on it, things like that. I'm
Makes
not
total
necessarily
sense, yeah.
opposed to it, but I don't want to just form an ad hoc
Right.
committee.
Well, yeah,
So,
I'm saying a little more permanent than that.
kind
or
of the
firm.
discussion about the policy, if we want to have further discussion about it, and then want to deliberate towards a disposition of action at that time, I think is fine. So,
Support. Okay, all in favor?
No.
aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Passes 6-1. Libby, were you
Trying to get this. No.
Okay, 5-2.
So we'll,
Okay.
we'll bring it back for some measure of discussion. Again, there's no action expected in the month of June.
Okay, now at this point, Marcus, you're on board. Oh, wow. For,
Actually, hang on, I've got
no?
one more. I've got 113.
Oh, okay, Neola. All right, yep.
I'm sorry, everybody. So we have, we actually, the policy committee did have some other policies that we reviewed, and they covered just primary changes in state and federal law. So our policies are, again, reviewed by Neola. They're a host of attorneys that represent the Great Lakes region, and we tend to go to them for all of our policy work. They've made several changes based on laws that have passed in Michigan in the last several months and that are coming into effect. So this is a first reading. Please take a peek through if you have any questions on it, but what you're going to notice is the MCL or the US law and number on the bottom of each of those policies, and this will be brought back for action at the June meeting. Again, it's either state or federal law, every bit of it. So take a peek at what this says, and we will be back for action in June. That really is the discussion that I had on these particular policies.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're on action items. The
Hold on,
bid-
we can't have a discussion on that?
Pardon me?
We can have discussion on that too, right?
We can.
Yes.
What are we doing?
Any other discussion
On Neola?
Mhm.
Really?
Yes, really.
Okay, go ahead.
You're welcome. So just a couple of things I wanted to point out that we noticed in the policy committee. We have a reproductive health and family planning policy that came up. In the course of that discussion, we found out that there is a sex ed committee that meets that we're looking to get minutes from, and also to be added to that committee. I know our families don't know that we have a committee like that out there with information. And so hopefully, some of the discussion we had in the committee was that we'd have more transparency around what that committee is. I think we're supposed to have something on the website, but, we can't find it. I would imagine you all can't find it. But just so you know, when you're looking through the policies, those are some of the things that did come up during that conversation. And some of us on the board, a couple of us, will be also sitting on that sex ed committee so we can have more information and just be better informed about what that is. Moving through here. Getting them all. We had a few of them. I'm just trying to make sure my notes. Okay, that was the last one. That was it.
And Keisha, just real quick for everybody who was out there, you will find reproductive health and family planning under our family resource link on our webpage.
Good to know. Thanks, sir. Hopefully you all heard him.
Okay, now Marcus, you got food service, you got a tax levy, you got buying of vehicles, and a bond contract. Go.
All right, so the first item up is our bid award for a food service management company. As we have talked about this before, every 5 years we're required to bid out food service management companies. So we put that RFP out back in March. We did bring this as a discussion item last month, and then again for further discussion at the April Finance, or the most recent Finance and Facility Committee. After completing the evaluation of the bidding companies, we were left with two, both Taher, our current provider, and Chartwells. As you can see on there, Taher came out on top as far as the scores and the evaluation. And after a lot of discussion, we are pleased to recommend continuing our relationship with Taher for another 5 years.
Madam President, I'll move approval of a 5-year contract with Taher as the district's food service management
Second?
company as presented.
Oops, sorry about that. Second? Do I have a second?
Support.
Okay, second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Brent. We're going to see you back at work tomorrow.
Should we celebrate by eating this?
No, you gotta wait till you get
Or,
home.
okay. Oh,
There you go. There you go. Tax levy, Marcus.
All right, so again, every year we have to bring our proposed tax levy to the board before we're able to levy it in the summer. For the July 1st, 2024 tax bills, again, we are not subject to a Headley rollback this year. So we will anticipate levying the full 18 mills allowable for operations and 0.4952 mills for the recreation program at this time. And then the one thing I wanted to make note of is our debt service millage. So what we are able to do now, currently our debt mills are set at 6.2. And as you can see, we have an opportunity to lower our debt tax rate to the community. So we will be only levying 5.95 mills. So we're lowering it a quarter of a mil. So quick math, if your home has a taxable value of about $100,000, that would be a $25 decrease, just as an example. So at this time, we would recommend adopting the L4029 for next year, including that tax decrease for everyone.
So moved.
Second, support. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously again.
Marcus, nice job. You managed to get everybody to agree to a tax cut. I appreciate that.
It was tough.
Okay, Marcus, purchase of vehicles. And these are not the buses, right? Okay.
Correct. So, and we brought this last year as well. So what we found in trying to purchase vehicles for maintenance and food service, there's a state co-op, it's called My Deal, that has state contract pricing. Due to supply and logistics issues, My Deal is not able to offer school pricing at this time. And we had an extremely difficult time procuring vehicles just with the board approval process. And if you remember last year, we came and asked for an approval from the board to spend up to, it was $200,000. If you remember, we wound up purchasing some vehicles. We came in right around 199,000 and some change. We added it up. So we did really well. So we would like to bring the exact same thing again this year, recognizing we don't currently have a need for $200,000 worth of vehicles. However, we have identified at least two, one for food service and for maintenance, that we would like to look at procuring, and having the ability to do that with the board authorization will just speed the process along. And this has been vetted by our auditors as well.
Madam President, I move to pre-authorize vehicle purchase of up to and not to exceed $200,000.
Second.
Any discussion? Now, why is it that we are not able to get that? What are they doing?
It's supply chain issues.
Oh, is it?
It's supply chain issues, so they're not able to offer their state contract pricing just.
Okay.
Right.
Well, it's like anybody else now.
So,
In
and
the group.
just so everybody out in internet land understands, we would go to the dealer, we would order the vehicle, get the board approval, and then by the time the vehicle would come in, the price wouldn't be the same, and we would have to come back. We came back, I think this was 2 years running to actually purchase the vehicles we purchased last year, and having the ability to act quickly allowed us to be able to purchase 3 vehicles last year. And I know Marcus is starting out with 2, and that's the expectation right now. If he's going to purchase a 3rd vehicle, he'll be back before the board. He doesn't need to reauthorize the 200, but he'll let you know we're going to go after a 3rd. Right now, it's a food service and maintenance. So the 2 is our target, but he's asking for enough that, at least in the budget, that we would be able to come back if another one were available.
I would equate it similar to like a line of credit if we needed it.
Okay.
Is the best.
Excellent,
analogy.
thank you. Okay, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Yay, thank you. Okay, TMP, pre-bond contract.
All right.
Marcus and Jeff.
I'll go. So at the April Finance Committee meeting, TMP has supplied us a proposal to provide pre-bond services in anticipation of seeking voter approval sometime in 2025 for another bond issue. TMP ran our previous bond with great success. So they've drafted proposals to continue working with us to provide those pre-bond services. There would be another contract down the road should the bond pass for those services as well. So at this time, we would recommend approval of their contract to help us get the next bond issue going.
Motion?
So moved.
Second? Support?
Support.
Shalonda, support?
For discussion,
Discussion, yes.
as for the community engagement campaign stuff, can we expend resources in that way?
So we contract with TMP for pre-bond work. So they identify scope, they help us put together the costs, if you will. I know we're going to deal with a construction manager. This is simply hiring a company to advise us on the need. We still have to go before the board or before the community, and no, they're not campaigning for us. So it's not campaign funds. We're not spending dollars on campaign. This is simply, we identified, if you remember in 2015, 16, we did a facilities audit. We identified about $160 million worth of work. We did approximately $90 million worth of work in the last bond. And there's still significant work to be accomplished, but their work is not campaign work. It's all based around facilities.
So where does the $15,000 come from? Or am I calculating this wrong?
Yeah, it's the contracted services would be with TMP, and that would be a general fund expenditure.
I'm looking at the contract at the end. It's got 75,000.
Yeah, you are correct. That 15,000 would not be work that we can pay for. That's work that would have to come. That 15,000 would have to come from the fundraising, the capital campaign.
It says administration recommends approval of the contract as presented. And then when I'm looking at it,
You are correct.
it says facility assessment, 1,500 hours, 75 grand, program assessment and community engagement, 1,150 hours for 74,750, and then campaign, 300 hours for $15,000, and then it lists out after the ballot initiative receives approval, the campaign phase will commence. TMP will collaborate with the district to devise and execute a robust, all-encompassing campaign strategy.
Mr.
So,
Dobies, Trustee
what-
Dobies, you are correct. And I would either make a recommendation to amend the motion, because we're not going to approve the $15,000, or I will bring it back with a new bid in June. Because we cannot pay and will not pay for campaign activities out of general fund.
I would amend a motion to approve the contract to refer this to our June meeting with a contract that's reflective of the pre-bid work.
Discussion?
Pre-bond, sorry. I think I said pre-bid, pre-bond work.
So what would the bond be on? What's the potential bond for?
So part of this is identifying scope, and HVAC is going to be a huge, significant portion of it, I would anticipate. It was one of those pieces that was identified in the last bond, so everything from air conditioning to controls throughout the district, and these are not small ticket items. There's roofs that are going to have to be on the agenda. There's a lot of infrastructure, but we're not determining all of the things in the bond. That's done by a larger steering committee. When we did the previous bond, that committee comprised of parents and students and teachers and staff. And so that work is what TMP will be doing, is organizing that scope and helping to inform and take that feedback. We sat in this library with about 93, I say 93 because that was the number, 93 different people for about every other week throughout the summer 2016 to do that work before. And I'm anticipating that it's that work again. So you asked me what is the bond? I don't have that today. I know that I can share with you the stuff that wasn't done last time because we had to cut a ton of it out because you don't do 160 million with 90 million. But there's more work that has to be done. Some surprises came to us last time. We reduced the chimney out here that was falling apart. The bricks came off. We're going to be right out front doing the tower, which is going to need to be rechinked. The masonry is going to have to be redone on this building, not all over, but significant. So there's a lot of work that's done. I don't anticipate a new elementary school, but I do anticipate that there'll be work still. It's not nearly as pretty as a new pool. It's a lot of stuff that's buried behind the walls, but it's stuff that's going to be without question needed. And Marcus, I know you've been talking about a variety of different things, but we're not setting the scope in this meeting. We're going to talk about the community setting the scope.
Yes, that's helpful. So I wasn't a part of the last bond, so just understanding the purpose of bonds is, I guess, what I was really trying to get at. So I should have asked that differently to better understand, the potential. So I recognize that we're voting on something separate right now, which is, getting these folks here to work in that effort. But I just want to know what was the, since we're going in that direction, what's the direction, and you, because you've done the bond before, you have an idea of what's expected or what the
100%.
idea outcome would be.
100%. You will see TMP engage our community. that's part of the pre-bond work, without a doubt.
And it sounds like it's structural, that those are, the bonds are usually for structural work?
Correct.
And not new pools, you said?
No, there's no pool. Well, I won't say anything about Parkside. There's no new pool here at Jackson High, but certainly, you know, we will be addressing the needs of our facilities. That's the piece. And the
Thank
state
you.
doesn't have a structural vehicle. If you were to go to other states and across the country, there's structural mechanisms to apply to the state to repair or maintain or build buildings and so on. In Michigan, it's through the bond project. So
Thank
it's
you,
a
that's helpful.
community-driven initiative.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you clarify what we're voting on again?
I think, I'll see if I get it right. We are going to bring back TMP's bid corrected. So I'll bring back an amended bid by TMP next month that will reflect correctly only the work that we are allowed to pay for with general fund. Is that fair? Is that the motion, Mr. Dobies?
Sounds great.
Close enough?
Yep, that was it. Thank you. Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Madam Chair, for purposes of potentially expediting the meeting, as much as I appreciate listening to Marcus, I would make a motion to approve resolutions under 23-24-118 and 23-24-119 to establish the public
Is there a
hearings at
second?
the next meeting.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this? This is like a no-brainer. It's on every time we have to do it, we do it before the board meeting. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So.
Thank you. Goes.
Sorry.
Oh.
There's, these are just hearings, and so my thing is a yes. My vote is a yes, but I just wanted the community to know that these are hearings that we're voting on, just so you all can come and, you know, have conversation with us. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, so just real quick as an outcome, so we will start our June meeting with a hearing, and then we'll start with yet another, then we'll move
Right.
to another hearing, and at the conclusion of that hearing, our board meeting will commence. So a little bit different process for the month of June. Still starting right here at 6 p.m.
Okay. After all this discussion, as late as it is, do we have any board comments? You got your light on. Do you want to talk? Okay.
Move to adjourn.
But we have comments.
Good comment.
Oh,
I
okay.
love the little girl in front from Cascades that was dancing and doing her own thing.
Do
when
you
everybody
love
else was
that?
singing. She was just great. I want to say kudos to Cascades.
It was nice. I love seeing the kids. I love seeing the schools bring their kids, and they are so proud of themselves. That's a great thing. Keisha.
So we had the MASB Spring Conference, and I was able to go to 3 classes in between my busy schedule. But this is also, you know, part of my busy schedule, board stuff. So one of the classes that I got to attend, so we attended Advanced Community Relations, which is, you know, great stuff, Budget Anatomy, which was very boring, but Marcus might have liked it, you know, it was. Anyways, though, and then Collaborative Conversations for Effective Decision-Making. One of the things that I would love to see this board do, and one of our, I think Shaquay Shelby, one of our parents who has been speaking at the board more often, mentioned as well, is that we don't get to have, as a board, we don't have conversations enough outside of this board table, or aside from, not outside of, aside from this board table to really discuss issues and actually get to a collaborative space. We're talking about an equity policy, which, you know, should impact the board table as well as the district. If we end up creating it and it goes through, it should definitely include the board. Part of that process would be understanding each other. I would love to see us as a board create a second board meeting that we have each month where we are something like I think they call it the committee of the whole, where we actually can have conversations to better understand our perspectives, which, you know, I've been asking for this since I got on the board, because we all bring unique talents to the board, you know, unique perspectives, and we all represent different parts of the community in the effort to, you know, make decisions that are equitable, that are inclusive, that include all the voices and all the perspectives. It would be beneficial if we as a board decided to have a second meeting every month, which we'd vote on in January because our board meetings have been established for this year already. But I would still love to see us having 2 meetings a month, one where we have these conversations, even finance committee meetings. I would love to be able to be in those meetings, but I know we're capped, for board members, but just being able to hear everything that's going on in the district so that we can better understand and better make decisions that are, more inclusive and effective and for decision-making. I would love to see us create a committee of the whole. That means a second meeting each month where we are discussing these issues. And then when we come back to this space, we could just make the vote on it. But anyways, so yes, I would love to see that. That's a conversation that we got to have at the conference among the classes. That one just definitely stood out, a committee of the whole.
Madam President. I appreciate Cascades Elementary coming out. Had an opportunity to go and meet with Principal Jones and tour the school and meet some of the staff. Actually go into the STEM room there, which is incredible. I just wanted to play the whole day. But so appreciate every opportunity that we actually get to hear from the students and see their presentations. And I'll say in humility that I also went to Hunt Elementary and did a tour there and challenged a bunch of elementary students to a tug of war in the gym. And I'm like 6'3" and like 190 pounds. And they like pulled me across the gym easily. So appreciate the work that all of our staff and educators across the district do and the work of this board, and look forward to furthering discussions on the equity policy.
Thank you. Anybody else comment?
I loved watching the children
Oh,
from
don't ya?
Cascades, the little girl dancing. I went, she's going to be a dancer. It's just innate. And also just appreciated what they're teaching them in the STEAM class. And then I was very impressed with the world language curriculum presentation. I just think it's so amazing that we can bring these languages, even they can get credit, in the middle school. So, and I'm so thankful for everyone that came out tonight and voiced your concerns, because I'm an elected representative, and I am listening to your comments, and I will vote accordingly. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. And I appreciate what the teachers do. Again, I substitute taught for 2.5 years. I can't imagine. There's just so much that goes into it now, and the kids remember the teachers forever. So thanks everyone that's a teacher and teacher's aide and parapros and all those people. Thank you.
I enjoyed the Cascades children as well. Additionally, I just want to thank those parents and the grandparents that came to speak about the incidents that have occurred with their children. My heart is deeply saddened. I want to provide an apology to what you have had to experience. We can do better. We can do better. All children should want to go to school. All children should have great experiences in their classrooms when they are amongst their circle of friends, their peers. I appreciate the teachers. It's hard work. I am not a teacher. I did want to be a teacher when I was in high school, and life took me in a different direction. But I want to just thank our teachers for the hard work, the patience, the empathy, the understanding that they strive to demonstrate. And we are perfectly imperfect, meaning we do make mistakes, and we need to find ways to make it right. So again, I'm sorry. And lastly, I am here tonight, and my baby girl just turned 16 today. So happy birthday, Anaya. I will celebrate you later.
Nice. I also enjoy it when the kids are here. We used to go from school to school, and each school would, put on a performance and show us some things they'd done. And it's been wonderful to be able to continue that student interaction, even though we always meet in the same spot, which I think is fine because it's got air conditioning in it in this time of year. I was extremely pleased by how many people came and spoke. And I was really surprised at the confusion that they almost each expressed in some respect. So I'm excited about the fact that we're going to work on definitions, examples, samples, right down to the maybe even reenacting a situation and how it should be handled and how the teacher should be handled. I also was absolutely astounded by a couple of those things. Okay, next we're going on to the calendar. This is graduation week. So we have baccalaureate tomorrow. Everything's at 6 o'clock too, by the way. Thursday we have honors in the auditorium. Pathways and SCMB commencement is at 1 o'clock in Withington Stadium. So if you're able to come to that, it'd be wonderful. Our Jackson High itself commencement's at 6. Board work session is the 28th from 10 to 3.
That's construction manager.
Construction manager, yeah. Interviews for the 3 remaining companies. We have a retirement dinner on the 4th, public hearing on Esther, that's before our regular board meeting. MASB training, superintendent evaluation, July 23rd, regular meeting afterward. And Derek, is there anything you'd like to now do?
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed, you can just stay here.